Can you hear me?
Yes, clear.
So, who do we have? Kirill is there. And Suel, you are the host, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
You have the right?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. So I'll be back in a second. I'm tweaking my slides a little bit.
Okay.
Okay, I'm back. So nice background you have there. Yeah. So
I spent 5 minutes, I think.
all right. So
Okay.
Want to do an introduction? Or?
Yes, I will do it in 1 minute. So
Okay.
the presentation will last 30 minutes. It's that?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, and 5 minutes for a question and answer.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay. So let's start. Hi everyone. It's a pleasure to meet you this year again. I hope you enjoyed the first day of OCA Days 2021. Yesterday we had very interesting talks, thanks to all speakers. Today we will have interesting presentations. If you haven't yet chosen the topic you want to follow, visit the OCA website to find the program of the day. And even if you missed one of the talks, don't worry. All sessions are recorded and will be published on the OCA YouTube page in the coming days. Our first speaker is well known for OCA contributors. He takes care of OCA CI and translation infrastructure. He is a board member, and today he will show us interesting tools to manage Odoo dependency. Hi, Stefan. How are you?
Hi, Suel. I'm good, thank you. And thanks for the very nice introduction.
Okay.
So let's start. Yeah, it's time.
Before starting, let me remind that that we can write questions to the chat. Stefan will answer them after the presentation.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Perfect.
Stefan.
Okay, thank you. So hello everyone, and welcome to this talk, where I'm going to discuss techniques to manage Odoo dependencies in your projects using off-the-shelf Python tooling and basically PyPI and pip for installation. And the story behind this talk is that when I started using Python, it was a long time ago in the 90s. It was version 1.4 in 96, I think. The good thing is that Python has its batteries included approach that was very powerful, but when you need it more, when you wanted to look for additional libraries, you had to search the nascent web and forums, download the tarball, look into it if it was reliable, compile it if needed, and then you had to update your Python path. Read the documentation to find the dependencies, and then start again until everything eventually worked. It was a bit complicated, but those were the good days. But then 20 years forward, the Python packaging landscape are really evolved. And today, installing Python libraries has become very, very easy. We have this Python package index that you can search or look on GitHub. Of course, you still need to assert that what you're going to install is trustworthy. There are no security issues, that the contributor is reliable, that the code is clean, and so on and so on. That's still up to you. It's open source. But then when you want to install it, it's just a matter of typing pip install and the project name, or pip install followed by the project name and a Git reference. And pip is going to automatically discover dependencies in the metadata of the project and install them for you. And unfortunately, using Odoo, it doesn't work that way. And Odoo has not been pushing an approach to publish standard Python packaging. And so when I started doing Odoo and OpenERP, basically the story to install add-ons was the same as what it was for Python 20 years ago. It was you had to search GitHub or the App Store, of course, check that it's reliable, download. Then you have this add-ons path. For Odoo, it's not the Python path, it's what they call the add-ons path. You need to update it manually, then read the documentation of the package to find the dependencies, download them, and go again until it eventually works. And it's not really a fun process, especially when you want to experiment with new stuff. And so this situation, I found it very complex and very sad. And I was asking myself if we could do better and basically bring installation of Odoo add-ons to the modern Python packaging standards. And that's the topic of this talk. So a few words about me. So I'm Stefan. I'm a founder of Axon, a software engineering company focusing on open source and open standard technologies. I'm an elected board member of the OCA since a few years now, and I'm mostly focusing on support and infrastructure. And I'm also a pip committer since a couple of years. And so this means I'm also involving myself in the broader Python community. So these are my contact details. I'm easy to find. And so the agenda for today is that I'm going to show how to install Odoo add-ons in the very easy way using pip. I discussed a little bit why I consider this is a superior approach and the benefits you can get from those, also the benefits we can get as a community. I'll dive a little bit on how this works, what's the basic concept that making this works, and discuss this famous Odoo add-ons path. And then I explain how I give you ideas of you can use it in your Python projects to pin dependencies and use an upstream first workflow when you can contribute to the community and then use the contributions in your project. And then hopefully there will be time for a Q&A session. Okay, so back to the future. How can you use pip to install your Odoo project? Well, actually, it turns out it's very easy. The first thing I always recommend, and that's true for any Python project, is to work in a virtual environment. Even if you are in a Docker image, always create a virtual environment to isolate your Python environment from system dependencies or the Python library that are on your machine or on your Docker image. Then it's nice if you work interactively, at least to activate the virtual environment. Basically, what this does is that it is going to insert vn/bin in your path and not much more. Then when it's activated, I also recommend to upgrade pip to get the latest version and install the wheel package. And then when you have a good virtual environment, you install Odoo. So assuming you have cloned Odoo and you have a local copy of Odoo, you can do it like this. So you pip install -r to give it the list of requirements that are non-good for Odoo. They test them for us. And then -e to install Odoo in editable mode. That means that the Odoo source code will stay in that directory and will not be copied in the side package directory of the virtual environment. I'll get back to this later. And then if you want to install an add-on that is on PyPI, it's simply like this. You type pip install, and then we have a convention because the Odoo add-ons is a flat namespace. To make it easy to find them on PyPI, we have this prefix. So the Odoo, the version number, -addons, the package name. And it's going to be automatic. And we come to the very interesting part, is that it's going to find all the dependencies and the metadata and install them for you. And also you get nice version numbers, so you can use that later to make your deployment repeatable. And those dependencies are going from different repositories, but you don't need to care about them at this stage. And then when you start Odoo, you don't need any configuration file, but you don't need, in particular, you don't need to set the add-on path. And when you start Odoo and you have Odoo add-ons installed this way, you see that Odoo is automatically inserting in the add-on path this side package /odoo/addons directory. It's inserted in the add-ons path for you, and I explained just after all this work in practice. So you don't need to mess with add-on path to add in your path all the repositories you have cloned. It's much easier. And I come back to this editable mode a little bit later. So obviously, it's easier. I think it's non-controversial. You just type that, dependencies installed automatically for you, no messing with the add-on path. You can get easier than that. The other benefit is that it gives you the possibility to pin individual versions. So when you are running customer project, it's of course very important to pin your dependencies so that when you deploy new versions, you are not obliged to retest everything. Even though there are high-level quality process in OCA, you are always at risk that something is breaking compatibility or new bugs are introduced. So you don't want to retest everything every time you deploy a little change on your project. So important that when you redeploy, you are sure to redeploy the exact same version. And this approach allows you to pin in versions of individual add-ons as opposed to pinning the full repository. And when you have many add-ons from the same repository, it's important that you can upgrade one without upgrading all the others. And this method allows you to do that very easily. And finally, there is a broad set of advantages, which is that basically we are using techniques that are based on standard Python ecosystems, techniques and tools. And so you naturally benefits from Python community made by the broader, by improvement made by the broader Python community. You can benefit from learning resources you find on the internet outside of the Odoo community. You get automatic support by your development environment. And we can imagine that we will benefit from other tools, like if we start publishing security vulnerabilities about OCA add-ons, for instance, you could use tools like Dependabot to be automatically warned about dependency security vulnerabilities in your project. And finally, you can really leverage PyPI as an app store. Since version 15, we have a version classifier for Odoo, so you can search all the add-ons for Odoo 15, and you get them there. And for each one, you get a nice presentation with the README, the version summary, the link to the repository, and so on and so on. And so we really leverage what the community, the broader Python community is doing, and we don't need to reinvent our own wheels in the Odoo community, which is unfortunately a tendency we have. So how does this work? Well, the important part to understand is how the Odoo add-ons path is working. And basically, if you look closely, what you set in your add-ons path option of Odoo ends up in this variable. If you start an Odoo shell and do import odoo.addons and print this odoo addons.path, you will see that it's more or less the same as what you have put in your add-on path. And the reason for that is that odoo.addons is actually a regular Python namespace package. And in Python 3, all this work is that any Odoo/addon directory that is found in your Python path is automatically added to the Odoo addons path, that is to this variable of the Odoo addons namespace package. And there is no trick behind that. Actually, Odoo is really based on that. And in recent version, they have even simplified the way it works to get rid of special acts that had to be done for Python 2. So it's really clean and standard-based approach. There is no magic behind it. And the other part is that to package and to create a Python project out of an Odoo add-on, we need to leverage the fact that for an Odoo add-on, all the metadata is found in the manifest. And so the way I've done that so far is that by using a setup tools extension, which is called setup tools-odoo, that works like this. If you create a setup.py file, which is one way at least to configure setup tools, you can simply say that you want to use this setup tools extension and then say that this project is actually an Odoo add-on. And what happened with that is that you're basically telling setup tools to look for one add-on in the Odoo/add-on directory and compute all metadata from the manifest. So it's going to get the name of the package, the version, the dependencies from the manifest of the package. So that's how we transform a repository with Odoo add-ons into regular Python project, and that's why you see all these setup directories in the OCA repositories. And now, how to use that in your project? Well, the simplest approach is creating a simple requirements file and installing like this. A convention is to use requirements.txt.in to distinguish it from requirements.txt, where you typically put the freezed version numbers. So you list the dependencies in that requirements.txt.in. So you put the URL of the Odoo requirements. So that's basically an include from an internet reference. So we can go fetch it on GitHub. Then you can put a Git reference to Odoo itself, and you select the branch. Again, we have to use editable mode for Odoo if you want it to work out of the box. And then you list the add-ons you want to use in your project. So I list one. You can list it from the name, and it is going to look on PyPI. By the way, if you want, you can configure your own package index. There are tools out there which you can install to have a PyPI mirror locally, so you don't need to rely on internet for installation, for instance. But you can also depend directly on unmerged and unpublished branch by using this syntax. And this is the mix of Python standard and pip syntax, which basically says, I want to install this project. So that's the PyPI project name. But I don't want to look at it in the index. Instead, I want to use this Git URL. So you prefix with Git plus to tell pip that it's going to be a Git reference. You give the repository link. And then what's also important is that you need to give this subdirectory option to pip to tell it where is the root of the Python project. Typically, an Odoo add-ons repository contains many different add-ons, but in our approach, we want to have each add-on to be an autonomous Python project. So we have to tell pip where is the root of the project. And in that case, it's in the setup directory / the add-on name. And that's where you find the setup.py. And finally, you can give it the pull request or branch. If you don't say it, it's going to use the default branch. But you can use a pull request reference like this. And so this way, you can include in your project pull request you have created yourself or pull request you have been created by others. And usually this is sufficient to do it this way. And often people use Git aggregator because typically you want several PR from the same project, but it's very rare that you want to mix different PR on the same add-on. That's really the exception. And so in normal situation, you don't even need Git aggregate to do this. You just point pip to your PR and you're good to go. So that's how you set up your basic dependencies. And then when you have installed that, you can use pip freeze that will give you this requirements file where it will convert or where it will add the project versions from those that come from PyPI. And from those that are Git reference, you get the branch name replaced by the commit hash. So your guarantee is to have a fully reproducible build, and even if the PR evolves or the branch evolves, you are guaranteed to reinstall the exact same commit that you were using during testing. And an also important part is that when you install from this requirement.txt file, pip will build wheels for everything. It will download wheels from internet, but from those it will build the wheel from Git, and it will add it in the local pip cache. So subsequent reinstallation will be very fast because they are cached. Of course, if you want to be super precise, you need to tag your Git reference so the builds are reproducible. So for instance, it might be that this commit disappears from Git from GitHub for some reason because there have been a forced push or something. So if you rely on that, it's best to use your local branch of that and tag it so you are sure that you will get fully reproducible builds. But that's true for any Git reference you're going to use, of course. All right, so that's the basics. And then you can go further. I'm going to give you a few tips here. So the first thing is that I really recommend to always use the latest version of pip. So the latest that was released earlier this month is 21.3. And it added a fast git clone option using git clone filter blob none, which means that even doing a pip install of Odoo from Git is going to be reasonably fast. You don't need things like Git auto share and stuff like that, thanks to this very nice evolution. Also, I've shown you that for Odoo, it's recommended to use -e. That's because there is a limitation in Odoo setup.py, which is that the add-ons are in two different directories. And I've created a pull request that I'm discussing with them for integration. So if you don't want to use Odoo with -e, so you can benefit from pip caching and so on, I really recommend to make your own branch of Odoo using like Git aggregate, for instance, to include a dispatch, so you don't need -e to install Odoo. Another tip is that for older Odoo versions, the name of the packages on PyPI was Odoo with the Odoo version number. That was necessary because the pip dependency resolver was too, let's say, rudimentary to find the correct version. But now that the pip resolver is much more sophisticated, we don't need that anymore. And so from now on, the Odoo add-on will not have the Odoo version number in the package name, and we will rely on pip version constraint to find the good version for your project based on the Odoo version that is pre-installed in your project. You can also use setup tools Odoo to automatically discover all the dependencies of your own customer project. So what I show you here is that you can do a setup.py for a single add-on. And then it's looking for one single add-on in Odoo/add-ons. But if you do Odoo_add-ons with an S equal true, then you are telling it that in Odoo/add-ons, you have several add-ons of your project, and it will automatically go and discover the dependencies for you. And so you don't need to enumerate the dependencies in your requirement.txt. You can put them in the depend sections of your manifest. But it's up to you. It's not mandatory. Using the requirement.txt.in manually can also work. And finally, I show you basically a manual technique to manage the requirements file and to freeze it. But there are higher level tools that exist, like Poetry, Pipenv, Pip tools, that all work to some extent. A few years ago, when I've tried them, I found limitation on them, either in terms of performance or working with Git reference. So I've written my own, which is called pip deep freeze. But yeah, really, I must say that I have not tried Poetry or Pipenv recently, so they might work better today, and you may want to give them a try. But at Axon, we are using pip deep freeze, and it's going is giving pretty good results. And so a little look at the future. Those setup directories in add-on repositories are a bit noisy, and we're always asking, people are always asking why they're necessary. Hopefully I've explained that. But it turns out that with modern Python packaging tools, it's not necessary to use setup tools anymore. And so we can declare our own build backend in a file named pyproject.toml. You may have seen that in some modern Python project. And so the future is that instead of creating those setup directories, we will, in the future, have the possibility to put a pyproject.toml file inside each add-on directory to tell pip that each add-on directory is actually a Python project, and tell it how to build it and install it. And I have a prototype for that. It's not very difficult, but it's not ready for consumption. So hopefully next year that will be the approach. But then it will be very similar, except that instead of pointing to the setup directory, you will be able to point directly to the add-on directory, and it will be a little bit more intuitive. But the principle will remain the same, that each add-on directory has to be a regular Python project. And so, yeah, provide a few links. Setup tools Odoo with documentation of how to configure it in full details, and a couple of tools I wrote to work with Odoo add-ons, manifest 2, and this one to manage pinned dependencies. And if you want to entertain your kids, if you look at this one. And that's it. So thank you very much. And I think I'm available for questions for a few minutes.
Okay, we have 3 minutes for questions. So for now, we don't have any question on the chat, but you said that the presentation you will get back to the edit mode, installing an add-on with the editing mode.
Say again?
You said that we can install an add-on with edit mode. It's very useful when we are developing for OCA.
Yes. Yes, you can indeed. Let me check. You can. Where is it? Yeah, if you can also type pip install -e of the directory where you have this setup file, And then it's instead of copying the add-on to the side package directory, it's installing it in so-called editable mode. So the source code stay in place and you can develop and restart without having to reinstall. And you benefit from the automatic installation of dependencies. So when you are, for instance, working on a pull request, you do a pip install -e of the directory of your local add-on, and then you can work on it. And when it's done, you come back to this syntax for your project. So yeah, that's also very practical. But the important thing is that currently you need to point to the setup directory where the setup.py is located. Yeah. Oh. I look at other questions. Can you still hear me? Hello? I might have a problem here. How to do a setup when developing multiple modules at once? Well, there is documentation. If you go into, it depends what to do. If it's your customer project, you can use setup tools Odoo with the Odoo underscore add-ons examples. So for instance, there is this packaging multiple add-ons in the setup tools Odoo documentation. So basically what you do is that you create your project like this. You give it your project name, a version, any other setup keyword you want, but then setup requires equal setup tools Odoo, and then you say Odoo add-ons equal true. And then for recent Odoo versions, you put all your add-ons in Odoo/add-ons directory. That's important. And then you can install your project in editable mode. So you do pip install -e your project directory, and it will automatically inject this directory in your add-ons path and install all the dependencies of your project. If people are interested, we can do an interactive session this afternoon, for instance, in one of the discussion room where I show an example. So I lost connection. I'm not sure I can do anything for you. No, I'm not a host. I can do that after as well if Graham is not available.
I lost connection. I'm not host, so I don't see the questions.
but I don't see questions. Ah, yeah, maybe there are questions for the. Is Graham there? Let me check.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, my question was, Stefan, my question was about the installing an add-on in edit mode.
Yeah.
It's very useful when we are working on an OCA module to edit directly the code and see what happened.
Yeah. So can you still see my screen? No, maybe I let me check if I can.
No, you
show
are
my
not sharing your screen.
Let me check here. So installing an add-on in editable mode, assuming. So here I'm in a virtual environment. So I have Odoo installed and a couple of add-ons installed here. And then I have an add-on in my add-on in my add-ons. So I have one add-on there. I'm going to use this tool, setup tool, so to make default. And so I have my setup directory, which you find in OCA repositories, and the setup.py. I'm going to check that the add-on has the correct version. So it's going to know that it's an add-on for version 14. And then if I start to do now, you see that the add-on path has the Odoo add-ons, side package Odoo add-ons where the package from pip are installed. And this is from standard Odoo 2, so nothing special here. But then if I do pip install -e setup / add-on 1, so that's where the setup.py is. It's going to do the installation for you. And for some reason, it's a bit slow. No, it's okay. And then if I do a pip list, you see that the add-on is installed and it's showing you the editable project location. So where the setup.py is installed. And if I start Odoo, you see that the add-ons path has been extended with setup add-on 1 Odoo add-on. So automatically the location of the add-on directory has been added to the path for you. So when you want to work on a pull request, you just do a git clone of the repository. And then you do a pip install. Instead of adding the full repository to the add-on path, you do a pip install of the setup directory of the specific add-on you want to work on. And then you do your pull request as usual. But then for installation, for installation in your project, my recommendation is to not use the editable mode for add-on and use this syntax. So when you freeze, you get these URLs that pip is able to cache, and it's much more efficient. But in development, yes, editable mode works just nicely. And if your add-ons has dependencies, like for instance, if I modify the manifest to add the dependencies, server environment, for instance, like this, and you'll just redo the pip install. And you see that it has installed the new dependency for you automatically. And you don't need to worry where the dependency is coming from. Of course, you need to be careful because you are downloading stuff from the internet. So you need to make sure that you type the add-on name correctly and so on. But yeah, that's basically basic good practice when you are getting stuff from the dangerous internet.
Okay, thank you, Stefan. So we already take the time of the break. It's time now for Daniel for his presentation. Yeah. But sorry, Daniel, with co-host, I cannot make you co-host, so I don't know if you agree with us.
I come back as a host to help you. Ah, but you are host now, Suel, I see.
With
so
co-host, I can't make another participant co-host.
Or you can promote it as panelist or something.
No, I don't see the options too.
Oh, but well, maybe it's not necessary since it's a meeting. I think Daniel can speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes, so we can hear you.
Yes, I can share my screen, so I think we should be fine.
Yes. So for you, Stefan, there are other questions, but I think they can send to you directly, or as you said, we can plan another interactive sessions. Let's start now with our next.
I'm remaining available on Discord for the whole day, and if there are specific questions, if you want to make an interactive session, just let me know and we'll arrange for something.
Okay.
Thank
Great.
you. Thanks for attending.
Thank you. So our next speaker is also a board member. The developers knows him from his book, Odoo Development Essentials, and his many contributions in OCA modules. How are you, Daniel?
Hello, good morning. Thank you for the introduction. I'm fine. Let's see if this goes. This will be a quite practical session. It's more a demo than slides, so I hope this will goes well. I'm just doing something live, so
so we can process the question while the presentation, or let them to the end.
Yes, I can. If you can intervene, so if you could check for questions and you can interrupt me. So I think that if people post on chat and you can intervene and interrupt me and ask additional things, so that would be fine. So I could take questions during the presentation.
Okay, great.
Okay, so let me share my screen. Desktop 2. Okay, so you can see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so today's session is, I titled it to seamlessly deliver to customers while contributing to the OCA. So the reasoning behind this is that to effectively work in parallel with the OCA, you need a particular workflow. And I found a workflow I've been using with several projects. I believe it's working, and I'd like to share this workflow with other people. And I believe if more people do this workflow or variations of it that work for you, of course, this won't be perfect for everyone. I'm also presenting a simplified version of what I actually do. This would help people to work in tandem with the OCA. So while you're working on a customer, you'll also contributing code to the OCA at the same time. It's not an afterthought, because as an afterthought, you won't have time because you'll start another project. So that's the problem usually. So you don't have time to clean it up for the OCA, and so it gets in the back burner, and you don't. It's hard for you to get to do it. So my agenda for today, I split it in 4 parts. So first, it's a challenge to identify what is an OCA module candidate, and when to do customization or not to do customization. So it all starts with this decision. And then I'm showing some techniques, maybe some of you are familiar, maybe some are not. I'm introducing you on how to use submodules. This might be a very well-known territory for some, but this is essential for the workflow I use to contribute to the OCA. And then is if using submodules, these submodules will be OCA repos mostly, how to add upstream changes to these submodules. So how do you make available changes that are still in pull requests, have not been merged yet, but you want to make them early available to your project because your project moves at a pace that's different from the OCA reviews. Okay, and you don't want to deliver, so you need to deliver tomorrow, not 2 weeks from now when someone does the reviews and gets a module merged. So you can't depend on the speed of merging at the OCA. So adding upstream changes early to your project is the solution to this problem. And finally, I'll show you manually how these changes work. And finally, I'll introduce you, if you're not aware already, of the Git aggregator tool that allows you to automate all of this. So the manual workflow I present you works fine if you have 2, 3 submodules, like you use a few repositories from the OCA. But if you stand on 15, and it's not unusual, at least for me, it's hard to do it manually. You may want to have a tool that automates that for you. And Git aggregator is a great tool. Thank you, Stefan. This is from Axon, a team who built this, and credits there for them. And I'll introduce to these two. So these are the basic components of what we'll be talking today. Okay, first item. So it all starts with, I need feature X. So what do I do? Should I create a custom model? Is there something in the OCA? Should I create an OCA reusable model? So how do I decide that? So this is a very simplified, things are not black and white. There's a lot of gray areas, but this is a simplified decision tree. So the first question you need to ask yourself, if this feature is not reusable. So is this something very specific to this customer workflow, or maybe even proprietary for them? If that's the answer to this is yes, then you need to create a custom model. So, but if you think, okay, maybe this feature is reusable for other future customers. Okay, is this something I could see being used elsewhere? If the answer to this is yes, then you should consider the OCA. And the first thing is to search what exists in the OCA. I use a particular search tactics, which is identifying. So there are several tools. You could use the Odoo store to search for modules. Even better than that, you can use the OCA App Store to search for modules. There's a lot of modules that are not published properly in the official Odoo App Store. I'm not sure you are aware of this. There are, like, for module changes the repo in its life cycle, the Odoo App Store rejects it, or if someone publishes it before we do on their own repos, we might get rejected. So there are some name conflicts there. And if you search the OCA App Store, everything is published there. So it's a bit more reliable. I personally prefer to go directly to the repos. So there's the repos, or OCA repos have a clear organization by app, and then sometimes, for some cases, by topic. Like the Sail app, you have topics like reporting and workflow, for example. So the first thing is to identify the repo based on where this feature, what this feature is doing, and then search for existing PRs. Don't search just only for the list of modules that are in the target branch you want, because you might have other gold nuggets waiting there in the PR list that may be close to what you want. Okay, so search for the OCA and consider existing pull requests and evaluate them. So if this exists in the OCA, you should reuse. That means if you're lucky, just get the code, use it in your module, on your project, and you're done. And sometimes it's not quite there. While you're testing it, you find bugs and you contribute with fixes. And this is not an afterthought. You do it directly to the OCA and you publish for your customer the fix PR you propose to the OCA. And then sometimes there are improvements. So maybe there's additional small feature. Maybe there's some UI tweak that would be also relevant for the other users of the module. So reusing a lot of time means that you can also contribute to fixes or improvements or something as simple as expanding the documentation. That's also important. If you're reusing it, someone already had the work, you're taking benefit of that. So you could spend a couple of hours improving the README, the usage or the configuration, because maybe it was not very good. You had to poke around a bit to understand how it works. So contribute back that knowledge you got, improving the documentation. And finally, it does not exist in the OCA. So in this case, you have room to create an OCA module, propose it as a pull request, and using the workflow, you can make that pull request available to your customer early. So don't just create something like a custom unless you have strong doubts. But you can go ahead, create a PR. It's the same work as long as you're used to the workflow. Create a PR and see how it goes. Sometimes your idea may be a bit far-fetched, maybe something that is questionable. So you may want to, as soon as you have a design or a clear requirement, you can instead open an issue proposing a request for comments, an RFC. So put your idea out there, maybe ping some people you know that might bring some contributions, and other people hopefully will get some validation in RD. Maybe will get support. I had times where people told me, well, I already did this. I didn't have time to publish it. I can share the code with you. So that has happened before. A lot of times you don't receive any comments, which is not bad. You don't receive negative comments saying, okay, that's a bad idea. So it's not totally bad, as long as some people read the RFCs. So it's RFCs is not, I think it's a great tool, and it helps you while you are designing things for your customers, for your projects, because it validates some ideas you might be unsure of. So it's something you can consider because you tap in the global brain of the community. So you're not alone. You can ask for help. Is this a good idea? Would you do something different? And people make questions. Say, why are you doing this? Have you considered that? This makes you think a bit deeper, and in the end, it makes you build a better solution for your customer. So take advantage of this. Okay, let's, so actually, I have here an example. So you are in Odoo 15, you're just starting a project, and you have this requirement. So the salespersons need to select a lot number on the sale order line. So you have the sale order line, want to pick a particular lot number. And this lot number must be one available in a shop location. Okay, so let's follow our strategy. So first thing is what is involved in this feature. So this will be probably targeting the sales order line, sales orders. So this is the sales side. So if you go to the OCA, let me bring this up. And you go to the OCA, and you have all these scary, where's the number? 208 repositories. Okay, that's a lot. But I know that the sale repos are these. They start with sale. These are the sale repos. There are quite a few. A sale workflow, sale reporting, sale promotion, sale financial. The main one is sale workflow. This is everything that's related to handling sales orders. So I can look here. And this is my relevant repo. So this is version 14. Let's look at version 15. And there's not much here. So is there a feature in earlier versions? Maybe someone did this for version 13 and I could bring it to version 14, to version 15. So instead of just looking for the branch or each of the individual branches, for the list of available add-ons, looking here or looking here, I like to go to the pull requests. And I sometimes even do this, even the closed ones, and like what's here related to lots. And I do some browsing. In this case, it's quite easy because, yeah, I selected this example. So there's actually here a migration proposal for this sale order lot selection. And let's have a look at the README of this. And what does this do? This model allows you to select a lot number on the sale order line. Okay, this is pretty close to what I want. It's not quite there. I have an additional requirement. I also need that the lots available are only the ones in the shop location. So I have two options here. So I'm sure I'm on a good track. So I could do two things. So I could review this and try to have it merged. Or even if it takes a bit longer to get merged, I can just add this to my project, even being still a pull request, I can add this to my project and test it. And well, when I have this running and tested, I'm quite sure that I'm very comfortable doing a positive review and promote and helping this get merged. Anyway, even if it's merged or not, I can add it to my project and test it out. So I start with this feature. For the missing part, I can do one of two things. So I could do a pull request and add and extend the feature propose this additional feature to the project. In this case, it's a bit difficult because I'm not sure there's a clear way to identify what is a shop location. Maybe this particular customer has a customization that allows to say this location is a shop location. Maybe there's a customization doing that. So in that case, I would need two modules. I would complement the Odoo out-of-the-box module with a custom extension on my project. So that's something to consider. So when you have a feature, sometimes the feature has a significant part of the feature is something that is reusable, but then there are some specifics that are only for that particular customer. So you can use a mix. So you can still have an OCA module using one existing or creating a new one, and complementary, then add for that specific customer a customization, an extension, adding the particular tweak that's needed for that customer. Okay, so I'm going to focus on this part now. So I found the sale order lot selection, which is this PR. And if you look closer at the PR, so the next thing you should look at is to review the model dependencies. Because I now know that my project will need the sale workflow repo, and I will need the code that's in this PR for this module. It's also good to look at the dependencies and check what other non-standard modules are needed. Okay, so I see this also depends on the stock restrict lot. So we need to look where this is coming from. Usually I use the OCA dependencies text file to help me understand where what other repos may be needed. Since this is a PR, I think this is generated automatically now. So this is good because I can see that I also need the stock logistics workflow repo. So I need these two repos because this module depends on another one that is coming from the stock logistics workflow. So I can go to the stock logistics workflow repo. Move this here. Okay, stock logistics workflow repo. And if I look here, okay, so this PR depends in another PR. It's not merged yet. It's this one. So this is the stock restrict lot dependency from the sale order lot selection. So this is PR 921. So my project now, it's clear that I need 2 repos and I need this module from one and this module from the other. So I did my research. I will also need a custom module to extend this particular feature. So, okay, so this will be a custom module. So I'm ready to get started implementing this in my repository. Okay. So this is the introduction. This is what we're going to do. So next item in our agenda is how to use submodules. So before I will start with that, let's give a short introduction to submodules for those who are not familiar with. So what are submodules? They are just Git repos inside other Git repos. And the parent repository can track the particular commit that goes with that version. So the subrepos also evolve. You add new changes to the subrepositories, and the parent repo knows that on release 4, I check out the subrepos at this particular commit. For release 5, the commits that needed checkout are different. So as my project is working through, I'm working through my project, the particular the subrepos also will use a particular different commit. This is tracked in the parent repo. So the parent repo also manages the version of these submodules. And what's the syntax? So it's the git submodule command, and the basic one is you add a repository, and you can add some options like the branch. These are the options you would use with a clone command, for example. This is the URL for the repository to retrieve, and this is the target directory. It's optional. It would use the repository name by default. So the next thing you need to do is to initialize the repo. So let me show. Okay, you need to run init. Init will initialize the repo, and the update would run a fetch inside the repositories. You can run these 2 commands in one with the git submodule update init. The next thing you can do is, if for some reason you change the URL, and we are going to do this throughout this session, you need to force. So if you change, so this is changing the remote of the subrepos. The git submodule sync will do that for you. It will update the remotes. So instead of pointing to the source repo, you're pointing to the original repo. You point to your start working with a fork. From your fork, that's a change in the parent URL in the remote you are using, and git submodule sync helps you do that. So if you're not familiar, this is not telling you a lot. And let me show you from the command line a bit how this works. So I created a project. It's on GitHub. I already did some initialization. That would be slow. So this is my repository called on my user, and OCA days 2021. And I created a repository with only this submodule. See how it looks like in GitHub? So this is an Odoo clone pointing at this particular commit. If I click there, so this is the content. This is Odoo pinned at this particular commit here. Pinned at this particular commit, 3157. So this is And when I check out, I get this particular commit, even if Odoo adds additional commits. Okay, so I'm pinning commits, and that's usually a good thing. So you need to, if you want, you need to manually pull an update to a later or more recent commit version. So this is my work directory, and this is the clone of the repository I've shown here of this repository. Okay, so I'm on my master branch. This could be your develop. So it now depends on your particular release and deployment workflow. And what I have here, so this is the content of my directory. I have the Odoo submodule, and I have this file, this control file that's added automatically. So I just need some preparation. This repo has a single commit that is adding the Odoo submodule. And what this particular commit did was to create this Git modules file with, it's a registry of the submodules I have. So this is the target directory for the clone of the submodule, and this is the URL for the where the code is being retrieved from. I'm just retrieving Odoo from the Odoo sources. Okay, and then it adds this Odoo directory that is a special directory. It's really a sub-project at commit 3157. So this is the particular commit it's pinning. So this is information that Git tracks. Okay, looking back at my directory structure, I can go into Odoo. So what I did here was I ran this command git add, git submodule add. So this is the command I ran. Okay, this takes about a minute. So git submodule add, I have this option. I don't want to bring, Odoo has a long history. I don't want to bring the full history, and I brought from this source. This added automatically these two elements, the git modules file and the Odoo subdirectory. And you could even add a particular directory you want to have this subrepo in. So this is our directory name, or sources/Odoo, whatever you prefer. So I kept it at the top level, and it just used the name of the repo for the directory. Okay. Now this just creates the subproject or the submodule. If I go into the directory, see how this changed. I'm now on branch 15.0. I cloned the latest Odoo. If I list, okay, I have here the full code, and I'm now, so I'm inside the submodule. So how does this look like? If I look at the remotes, okay, my origin remote points at the Odoo URL. So that's what I had on the Git submodules. And if I look at the branch, see, I'm at branch 15.0, commit 3157. So this is how it worked for adding a new submodule. So let's link back to what I was explaining here. So this was what I added. Okay, so this cloned the repo, I added it to my repo and cloned it. Now, the different question is, now I have, this is my development machine. I want to deploy this to a test server or a different server. How do I do that? So I have this example. So actually, I'm using the wrong window. So let me go back. So I created here a deploy. So this is example of a deployment server or a different machine, or you're just cloning a project someone did. So what steps do you need to get the code inside? You need additional steps. The clone is not enough. So I ran just the clone. What I ran was just the git clone into this particular directory, okay? When you do the clone, you see the git modules, you see the Odoo subdirectory, but the Odoo subdirectory is empty, okay? Because it's not automatically populated. Unless there's a clone command option I'm not aware of, I honestly didn't search. So on the cloned repo, you need to run these commands to get the code in. So I need to go to so I'm back at the top level repository, and I can git submodule update. So this is the command you usually run. So now it's populating the content. The submodule update is populating the content of the Odoo subdirectory. That's subrepo. I hope this is not too complicated. This can be confusing, and there are things that can go wrong with submodules. So the Internet of Stack Overflow is our friend probably there, but just go step by step if not familiar with it. Okay, let me switch to another window. This might take a minute. It's cloning the Odoo code. Okay, so I'm back here. So my next step, I was using the Git, the Odoo sources, just to give an example of this, but that's not what we want. We want to add really the Odoo. We want to add the OCA projects, repos to our project. So here's an example of what we need to add. Okay, I showed you this, didn't do it exactly. So this is the command we do that to Odoo. Now we can add additional repos here. So we want the sale workflow, and we want the stock logistics workflow repo. So this is the command we need to add. I have here the branch. I'm forcing the branch to version 15. You never know what's the default branch on the OCA. I believe they're still all on the 14.0, so you need this. So let's go. So I'm on my project. Now I actually can create a sources subdirectory. That's what I usually do. So here, and inside the sources, I even have usually a custom add-ons. Not like this. Oops. Not a good idea. So inside my source directory, I have the custom add-ons, and along it, I add all the repos I use. Inside custom add-ons is something specific for the customer, maybe sometimes some purchase modules or whatever. And along it, we'll have the OCA modules. So what I then do, I will git submodule add. I want to make sure that I get branch 15 from the OCA sale workflow repo and into the src/sale workflow module. Okay. Okay, I have my sale workflow. Let's check it contains things. It does. It does have this already, this module. It's missing the PR I need, so we'll get to that, but we already have the OCA code here. So you can add this to your add-ons path, and you should be good to go to use these modules. So let's do the same for the other repo we need. So it's the stock logistics workflow, and I want to stock logistics workflow. Some people like to do this. I've seen people say, "Oh, okay, this is coming from the OCA." And we have our two modules. So if you do a status, see what's changed. We have this new file, which is a submodule, a new file, and we have changes in the Git modules. So if you look at the diff, oh, it's already diff, it's staged. I never remember. Yes. See, so our Git modules file already had the Odoo submodule, and now we're adding two additional ones. So we have the sale workflow that's deployed into this directory, and it's coming from this. It's coming from this URL, and we added the option to bring the particular commit. This is not very important. This was just the initial option we got. Remember to check out to the particular commit you want. So this is not reliable or useful. This is important, and the path is important. So you have our new submodules. We can even have a look at it. We can even have a look at it. .git modules. It's a regular. Oh, sorry. So it's a regular text file. Okay. And these documents where you're getting your code from. Nowadays there's a new workflow, alternative workflow based on pip. I want to try that next. I've seen something interesting things yesterday. I was not able to see previous Stefan's talk that I'm sure I want to see it further. But this is still the Git based workflow. Okay, so we're ready. So we have added, let's reference back here. Yes, so we've done this part. So we added the modules to our repo. Now we want to make them available, other clones, on other developer machines, or on test server. We want to make this code available there. So it's already staged. Now we can commit. Good. And our code is pushed. So this is our history. So we have a second commit that adds the submodules. And going back to the OCA project, let's refresh the page. You can see on the SRC, now we have these submodules here. Okay. And at this particular commit, this is what we see. The module we see. And if I go to my other window, so this is my deployment machine, this is still cloning. I'll break this if you don't mind. Well, let me pull. This would probably not work. So here I have the SRC, but if I go into these directories, they're empty. They need to be initialized. So I need to run the git submodule update init. So I'm not sure I can add a depth option here. I'm not sure this works. Okay, there's a recommend shallow option. Let's try that. Yeah, just spot it here. I want a shallow clone because of Odoo. So here you can already see that you have the submodules, and it's on this path, and it's cloning the code from here. Odoo will take a few seconds. Let's see if it's faster this way. So let's not get pulled back by this. So you'll need this when you pull the code on the other repos. Let's add. after approve, you'll need to run this. Okay, so this will be important. Okay, so we've seen how to use submodules, add them, and when cloning, make sure you get the changes using the additional command, the git submodule update. So this is important. These are the basics of using submodules. So we can now go to the next step. How to incorporate unmerged changes to our repos. And this can be two kinds of changes. This can be changes someone did, like the particular PRs I want to use for my project, or they can be contributions. You are doing PRs, you created yourself, you propose them to the OCA, but you want to use them now on your project. It's the same workflow for those cases. So, but the thing is, it opens the door for you to create a PR for the OCA and then use it in your project. So that's the key thing in this workflow. Okay, so the first thing you need to do is to set up your project to use your fork branches. Because now you can't just use, you can't deploy from your, you can't deploy from the OCA branch because you need to incorporate additional code. So you need a fork, and you need a specific branch that you use to deploy for this project. So that's the key point for the strategy, keeping a specific branch that is used for this project. The first thing is to change from the OCA to your fork of the project. For example, let's look at the stock logistics workflow. We can do both. So let's edit the git modules file. What I'm going to do, I'm going to change this URL to so this is the, let me see if I'm doing this right. Yeah, I can make it easier for me. I can just copy paste from here. Code. github.com. So instead of OCA, this is not the one I want. Why are these two on the same place? So same workflow, stock logistics. Oh, I have a few here. Okay. Okay. What I'm doing here. Okay. GitHub. I don't want the OCA branch. I want the, oh, I did quite a mess here. Git at github.com. And I got the wrong, never mind. So this is stock logistics. So I'm using a, I prefer to using SSH so I can, it doesn't ask me for passwords. So I'm sorry, you don't want this. You want to have HTTP. because when this is deployed on a test server, you don't want it to rely on your particular credentials, or so this is simple for everyone that's cloning. If it's a public address, yeah, you want the public address. This is public code, so it's simple if you just use the HTTPS. So, and again, this is the same workflow. Yeah, I'm making this more complex than it needs to. Let's do it right. So instead of the OCA, just point at your branch. Okay, that's it. Just change it. Don't worry about the branch. This really doesn't matter. So okay, I just changed from OCA to my particular branch. So going back to our reference, so we edit, and then we run the sync command to update the remote from the submodules. So let's have a look at this. What's happening here? This is still cloning. Okay. Okay, so go to the so if we go into the SRC sale workflow, and you see the notes. So this is pointing at the OCA. Okay, I want to change this according to my change in the Git modules file. So I don't run the command inside the submodule. Remember, this is a different Git repo. I'm outside it's like I'm in the same workflow repo. I'm not in the parent repo for Git purposes. So I need to go back to the main repo. So, okay, this is 15. Now I'm on master. I'm on the main repo. And now I can git submodules sync. So it's synchronizing the submodules. Let's confirm that. Let's go into the same workflow module and run the git remote. See, so the sync changed the remotes of the submodules for me. So this is now pointing at this repo and not to my not to the OCA source. So now I can add commits and push commits because this is my clone. So I can push code there. The OCA is read-only for me. I can't push to the OCA branch. And here I can, and I can add whatever pull requests I want into my code and include it in my project. Okay. So this example is the workflow. It's the same thing. And okay, so now I want to create my project-specific branch. I'm at the branch 15. Let's make a copy of this. So I'm going to do git checkout. And project name, let's call it OCA days. And minus, I like to keep the main version. This is helpful. I also use I use the second digit for releases. So this is release 11. So I can keep track instead of a single branch. I can keep a track for, but that's a different option. You can do that or not. You can do that something as simple as this. I do recommend you having a prefix for the branch with the project name, like this is OCA days. So this is OCA shop project. So whatever. So I'm creating my branch. So I'm creating my branch, and this is a local branch, is not published, and now I can git push to, actually I can't push it yet, because I can, but it's not comfortable. If I go like other remotes, this is HTTP. You'd ask me for a password. That's not something you want while you're developing. You want to just SSH do that for you. So I don't want to push to the origin because it will ask me for a password. It's more comfortable for me to add a remote I can save to, I can push to. So I can get, it's better to add a remote where I'll write to and then do the push command. So let's do this. This is not the stock logistics workflow, it's the sale workflow. So I'm adding a remote. This is the name of the remote. Okay, so I usually try to keep it the same as the user or organization name, but that's a choice. And now I can push git push to my repo, the OCA days 15.0 branch. It's a trick I learned recently. You can just use this. This means the branch you are at. Okay, so I have my code published, and this is required. Remember to do the push for the other clones to be able to pull it. So I'm now working based on my fork, and I can do this the same. Let's do the same for the stock logistics workflow. So I'm going to clone to create a branch with checkout -p, and to OCA days 15.0. Stock logistics workflow. I can just reuse. That's the good thing about the head pointer is I can go back in my command history and just push it. Okay. What's wrong? Stock logistics. I don't have a clone of stock logistics workflow. That's unbelievable. I don't. I usually use the company, the RSI fork. There you go. Here, it's already here. So if you go back to the main repo, so I'm out of the subroom module and in the main repo, and I see that there are changes. Okay, there are changes in the Git modules. I expected to see changes in the submodules too. Okay. That's funny. Okay, there's no change. There's no change because the commit is exactly the same. So Git is not detecting, it's not detecting changes yet in the submodules, although the, let's go into the same workflow. So although I changed the branch, I changed the remote, I changed the branch, but this is exact copy. The commit is exactly the same. And the OCA days 15.0 branch is exactly the same as the origin, which is the OCA 15.0. So no changes in the subrepo was detected. These will come next. So what we did was to set up our project to specific branches. Now our code, instead of being pulled directly from the OCA, is being pulled from our controlled fork. So the next thing The next step is to add the upstream changes. So we need a remote to get the upstream changes. Right now, since we changed from the OCA repo URL to the my fork, I don't have a way to get the whatever code is published in the OCA. So I need to add this remote. So let me follow this. I'm afraid I might not have time, so let me follow exactly what's here. We have, well, how are we on time? We have, what, 15 minutes left?
For this session, we have 1 minute, but there is a break. We can take it. We can continue.
Okay. Okay. I need to speed up. Then I was thinking about an hour long. Yeah. We're there. So I'm going to add the remote. So git remote minus time flies. So we now have 3 remotes. We have the origin. You never know what origin points to. So I try to avoid using it. I prefer to add specific remotes I work with. So I know that this my repos upstream points to my repo always. I can safely push here, and upstream always points to the OCA, and I can pull from there. So if I have new changes, I can have the command here, so I can fetch whatever is new from the upstream. Okay, so in this case, I don't have any new changes here, but if there were, they would have been fetched. And then what I can do is I can completely reset my branch to point to whatever is the latest 15.0 on that branch. So I can reset hard. Note that this destroys any local changes you did, but my logic is I reset to 15. It's like a rebase. I reset to 15, and then on top of it, I apply the pull requests I need. So I do this. I'm now at whatever is the latest 15.0 branch for the logistics workflow repo. And then I get, let me type this, no, I have little time. Let me copy. So what I need to do is from upstream, I can pull a particular pull request. So for the logistics workflow, I wanted the 921. Remember? From the logistics workflow, not this one, the main one, I want to get I need this. This is 921. So this is how to get it, refs pull 921 head. So just do this. And this will get the code and merge it into your local branch. And you could do that with as many pull requests as you want. So I can do this for 917. I also want 917. I need it. Maybe this is a fix I proposed, so I can get it. Okay, and I'm merging it. So if I look at the history, this is a shortcut I have. Out of the box is a git log. So here you have, so on top of whatever was the, so you have this stock picking filter lotting module, and you have this stock restrict lot, and these were all put on top of the current 15.0, which is on top of this. I got the newer commits coming from the migrations. So there you go. Now I can git push to my fork this local branch, or to be more clear, this local branch, same thing. Okay, and if I go up to my main repo, I see there are changes, there are new commits here. And how do I make them available? I just add the submodule name. Okay. And you can see that we can push these new changes. Okay, and if you check what's in the, yeah, I need to speed this up. If you look at the, okay, if you look at the repo, see you have here the stock logistics workflow and magic. This unmerged module is available for me if I do the, remember you need to do the, on the clones, you need to run the git submodule update. And if you run this, you have the code available for a project and you can start playing with it, okay? So this is the key. This is what's involved Git-wise. So the next step that's missing just to automate that. We have a little of time, so I'll just give you the commands. What you need to add to your project. Let me exemplify. I did here previously, so I don't have time to give an example to you. So I was playing before the presentation on this test repo. No, I have this repos YML. Yeah, I can do that. CD OCA days and copy the repos YML. Okay. So what you do is at the top level of your project, you add this repos YML that documents what pull requests you want to merge. So if you edit the repos, okay, this has a lot. This is an example. I think we want, this is better, okay? This is something. So for the source sale workflow, I have these remotes. See, I here have what I did manually, the upstream and my fork, and I want to merge. I want to get the, what it does is automate. So we set to the 14.0 branch, or in this case, we want the 15.0 branch. Then you get this pool. These were the numbers I used. We take this just as an example. So get from upstream this pull request, get from upstream this pull request, and push them to this repo, this remote, is the address of the remote for this branch. So in this case, it was OCA days minus 15.0. So this really, on one hand, it documents what you did, so you can keep track of what pull requests you are watching and following. And on the second, it allows you to automate using Git aggregate. I'm not running this here. I'm running this here. So let me have a look. My time, I'm eating the questions time. So Git aggregator is a tool that you install with. You can pip install. You can pip install Git aggregator. It's coming from PyPy. You have the documentation here. Here's the author from Axon. And in a nutshell, you need to have the repos YML. You have examples in the documentation. Okay, I just explained this to you. This is a top level repos YML file. And you run just git aggregate with the configuration file repos YML. And this plays all those merge commands and pull commands in your local repo. And if you want, you can automate the push to your fork. So you can automate all this. If you have 20 submodules and you need to merge 50 pull requests, this does everything for you automatically. So let me just give you an example. In this demo, I have a repos YML file here, and I can and this is Git aggregate running and doing all the steps for you. Okay, something failed. So I'll finish my presentation here. I just took too much time. My last slide is just my email. It's probably not hard to reach me, but if you have questions after this, or you can, I'll have a look at Discord for discussion there. But anyway, if you have time, I think we could take some questions.
Thank you, Daniel. If there is any question, you can put them on the chat. We have, let's say, 5 minutes to answer the question.
Looks no questions then.
Hi, Daniel.
Hello.
Stefan. Hello.
I didn't go into much of your tool. I hope this is, maybe you can add something there.
Well, but I think you are convincing me that working with Git submodules, it's harder than working with pip.
I'll try pip next. I haven't tried enough.
And if you want, we can do maybe if you have time this afternoon, we could try using your scenario with pip just to see how it goes. And maybe it could be interesting also for some people to compare both approaches, because I know submodules are also recommended by Odoo to work on Odoo SH and so on and so on.
Yes.
But I personally never tried using pip on Odoo SH, but I think it works because you can put a requirements file on Odoo SH too.
Yes.
And I don't know, maybe if you're interested, we could do that this afternoon. There are slots available. And we could take half an hour to try your scenario, and
that would be nice. So, like it's right. So this workflow is still relevant because there are cases where, for some reason, you may want to use the Git workflow, not the pip workflow. The pip workflow is newish. Well, it's newish. It's around for a couple of years. And it's maturing, so maybe it's a good time to consider it. And yeah, maybe next year I will do a talk with exactly this on pip, and I would be glad to have a session and discuss a bit more about it. Because I saw a few things yesterday from Simone that I liked and hit me that we could do with the requirements TXT file what this is doing with the repos YML file.
Well, hello guys.
Hello.
Simone.
I mean, from my personal experience, I prefer to, especially when I'm developing and I want to test something fast. And this is actually what I do every time, even if it's a local specific module for the customer. I always set it up through Python, and then I integrate it in the project. Because in the project, and that's my personal issue, is that we use submodules. But on the other hand, it's way easier for any developer to work with submodules when you are developing, because I mean, all the modules are just there, right? So when you have to install a module, you know that it's there in the repository, and you install it from, I mean, you don't need to pip install it first. Okay, so especially if you're developing and you need a dependency, you always have to remember to pip install it first if you're working with pip, which is good for isolation. On the other hand, it makes the development workflow a little bit more, not complicated, but you need some steps more, and you have to really think at every step what you're doing. That's the
so it would be nice to have the two side by side with pros and cons, because Git submodules can be confusing at times. It can be frustrating. So I showed like the rock path, so it's the easy path, but a lot of things can go wrong in a way with Git modules, and I have lots of help requests from colleagues where things went in a state I don't know how they got there, but we just have to delete and redo some stuff because Git submodules can be complex, and because then the upstream, the remote names are different. So when you push on the main repo, you push to master or develop or whatever, and when we push inside the submodule, it's a different repo, master you.
Yeah.
So it's a bit, these mind switches, they cost you a bit in effort. And so, yeah, you get used to it. I would say that with people, you may also get used to it. It's good to know both tools. So, and anyway, this is still useful for as a workflow. I'm not sure a lot of people are familiar with this or variations of this. They just copy some. I've seen people just copy the modules from the OCA into the custom add-ons and then edit there, and they lose the history. They make it much harder to contribute their changes or fixes upstream, and it's in the law. So it's a quick hack. It's very fast to do it. You don't have to think a lot, but in the long run, it's bad for everyone.
Yeah, well, but it also depends on the fact that Odoo itself is not advertising for using Python packages, which is the issue that Stefan solved with this subfolder trick. I mean, the fact is that a module is just a folder with some code into it, right?
Yes.
So this makes easier for the people not used to this ecosystem to just copy the folder as you were in your personal drive and move it there and then just use the module,
Yeah.
So I think that's also stimulated by the fact that Odoo itself doesn't advertise the fact that we could use Python packages. And actually, I had a discussion.
There are many good practices that Odoo is not advertising.
Yeah. But for the discussion space this afternoon, I'm totally in if you want, unless it happens when I have my talk. But feel free to schedule when you want.
When is your talk?
10 to 2 p.m., I think.
Okay, so we're officially closed then?
Yeah. Just to be clear, Stefan, you take it over from now or I do?
You do. I'll take the afternoon.
Okay. Can you give me rights?
Well, not me. Maybe Sue.
We need Graham.
No, I can't do it. Only the host. Graham.
Daniel, are you available at 2:35? For continuing this discussion, or there is a free slot?
Host. Okay.
Or 2:35. There's a free slot there. So yeah, I think I can make it 2:35, 2:40, right?
Yeah.
2:40 slot. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, let's do that.
And join on this room at that time. Okay.
Okay, great.
That's 1:30 for me. Okay.
Okay.
Good.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. So in 3 minutes, we're gonna have a talk which has been introduced in the agenda this morning. It's by Enrique Norlin. I hope I spell it right. And it's about strict security between companies. Let's move on with this.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I do. Can you hear me?
Okay,
Yeah, cool.
nice.
So I stop sharing. Yeah. Welcome, Enrique. Are you ready for sharing your screen?
I don't have a screen to share actually. This has come
okay.
quite quickly, but I have something to share, like myself.
Okay, good. Well,
Yeah.
just giving a quick presentation. So this, as I said before, this talk has been introduced this morning. Is going to talk about strict security between companies, and I leave the stage to Enrique. And you, I guess you can present yourself.
Yes, I will. How long time do we have?
You have 30 minutes, I think. Yeah, 30.
Okay, good.
But we have lunchtime, so I mean, let's just
Yes.
go on 5 minutes more. It's not a problem. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So my name is Henrik Norlin. I live in Norway, and I started using Odoo in 2014. In 2015, I attended another conference, not related to Odoo, but I got to know about software vendor who is serving all their clients in one database. And this was shocking to me. How is that possible? And since then, I have been testing with Odoo to see how it can be done there. I have understood also there are many software companies who have one database for all their clients. And the benefit I see with this is maybe it is easier, maybe not. And one goal for me now is to hear some opinions for you guys. What are the pros and cons with serving many companies in one database? Of course, it is just, I mean, if the companies are small and if the companies need the same set of apps, then it's maybe a good idea. I have been working on version 12 with this, and I have made module to keep strict security between companies so that one company cannot see any data of another company. Now I'm in the process of migrating to Odoo 14, and there the company settings has changed so that the company are like, you can select which company should be active and you can select which companies you would like to show. And so this yeah, my conclusion is then that in order to apply strict security between companies, then the user model needs a company-dependent partner ID, and that makes it a whole lot more complex. I have started repo for this, for version 14, and it's on GitHub/apps2 grow/company -security. Now I'm developing on Linux, and I would have to install it on Windows in order to give a demo now. And I just didn't make it in time, so I don't have so much to show. What I can show is the yeah, I'll explain what the module will do. When installing base company security, then it will together with a patch make it work in the base module, so that you can log in with your user, then you can create a new company, and then the user will have access to both companies. And when the user creates a new user, the new user will only have access to the company it's created in, and everything will be done just within that company. And I've done that with security rules, so that on every model there is a security rule which limits to the user, so the user can only see the data for the company. And on some models, the user can also see the system. Yeah, like company number 1, I have called system, and that company is only accessible by administrator, the global administrator, and none other companies have access to see system except for some models. And yes, maybe I can show them. Let's see, just a moment. I will show you the code for it. Okay. So, how can I share my screen? Shall I just click the green button here? And then we go there. Yes, so yeah, first I can show what I have written here. These modules implement strict security between companies in a database. a user cannot access any data which is not belonging to the active company or its parent-child companies. A company manager can access all data in the active company. Like one can assign users to be a company manager, and then that manager can see everything for his company. And why I've been working on this with very small, very similar companies, it might be easier to manage them in one database. And in order to install, you need to apply a patch first, and then create a new database and install the module. Yes, and with just to show some of the security logic, I have and some models are public. We know special security rules. Some are system company models. Then the user can see read system records, which has company ID 1, in addition to the records of his company. Now, in this implementation, every record has a company ID. The company ID field is set on every model, and it is always filled. It is never empty. And system models is for users to read but not change. And then with no access model, the users cannot read or do anything there. And then the security rules are here, like specifying how to build the security domain for each security rule. So these are global rules that restricts everyone. And then inside the global restrictions, the company manager can see everything for his company, or his parent company and his child companies. Yes. So the reason let me tell a little bit more about myself. I have been working with Odoo on my own. I don't have a team. I'm working together with Sunflower IT in the so they help me with the server stuff and hosting. But otherwise, I have been quite much on my own. And maybe the reason I have tried to do all in one database is because I find it complicated to have many databases. I mean, 10 databases could work, but if it would be 1,000 or 10,000, that would require more. Of course, having a big database also has its own challenges. But still, so I would like to hear from you. What do you think? Do you think this is something that is useful, or is it easier to just make lots of tiny databases? I'm thinking of small implementations, not big ones. Maybe something for there are many small non-profit organizations. There are also private people. So if one would make something for private people, and then maybe 100 or 1,000 people, or a company would then be a person or a family. Do you think it is a better idea to put 1,000 private people into one database, or to make 1,000 databases, one for each person? Can I hear some opinions?
May I ask you a question?
Yes.
And I guess probably it's also good for the audience. I don't get the initial point of all of this. I mean, what is the main issue that you're trying to solve? And the last words that you said are amplifying my feeling on this. I mean, are you talking about having different customers on the same database, or
Yes.
same customer but different companies of the same database, which is what you can do already with Odoo?
I'm thinking of different customers, different clients.
Okay, then how do you manage the differences between the customer requirements, like installing other modules, configuring different modules in different ways? I mean, it's not just about what can I see. So in terms of maintenance, I think you just get, I mean, you will probably end up with a lot of work, and with it's going to make your maintenance work difficult. And if you want to onboard someone else into helping you on this, is going to make it even more difficult, because how do you easily determine what belongs to whom? And also, if you shut down the service for one client, then you shut it down for everyone else, and there is no way you can easily, for instance, back up and restore data for only one customer. I mean, it's plenty of maintenance actions that are going to be much harder to handle with this approach. But maybe I'm missing something that I don't know.
Well, this will be a highly managed service, where each customer has limited options. But when the customers are similar and they have the similar needs, they are in the same country, and they are in the same vertical, like I'm a Christian, and the church I belong to have many churches in Norway. I'm thinking of maybe doing something for them. Then there will be 50 companies in the same database, which has something in common, but until now there has been nothing shared between each local church.
Okay, then we're talking about real multi-companies, and then what is not working in Odoo to handle multi-companies? Because if you configure ACL and record rules in the right way, you should get it already out of the box without having to hack anything, as far as I know.
Yeah, but this is what this module is about. It is about configuring access rules and security rules consistently for every model.
So it's a tool for automatic configuration. It's not hacking the behavior.
Hacking what?
Okay, one thing, because of course I don't know the code base. I have to look into it, but for what I got here, I mean, it's really hard to understand what you're doing with this dictionary that I'm looking at now. Okay, so if this is just a tool that you can run to easily configure permissions, then it's one point. Another point is this thing is going to patch, for instance, the access control rules, and and do some magic to hide or show records to the current user.
Yeah, the main thing with this module is action access rules and security rules. Then, in addition, and now when I try to migrate to version 14, I realized that in order to be consistent, I need to make the user partner field company dependent, and that has some extra challenges.
Okay. But I mean, just to also give a better picture to anyone else, you're talking about something. Well, the work that you've done, it's about easy configuration of the rules.
Yes.
Not hacking the current mechanism for checking the security.
For the system models, which users should not be able to change, if the default access rules are if needed, it will restrict the default access rules, which is in the default database in Odoo.
Okay. So do you run this when you set up a new customer? Can you do this through the UI? Do you have to run a manual command to make it work?
Well, when there then is a new customer in the same area, like a new customer with the same needs as the previous customers, then with a few button clicks, the new customer is created in the same database. As an administrator, I basically go to companies and I click create company, and then a new company is created, and then I do some more stuff to prepare the company with some basic records so that the functionality will work. And then I create a new user that will be the admin user for that company.
Okay. Is there anyone with other questions? Mike says, it can only work for homogeneous setups, for example, basic websites, CRM, contact invoices, but I see Simone's points as it has downsides later. Yeah, probably this is what we said at the beginning, that it's for a simple customer setup. Still, I think you in the point about the maintenance is not answered. So how do you manage this, and how do you try to make your life easier in terms of maintenance?
Well, like customization for each company, so here are some models where the user can read the system records, but it can also create company-specific records. So there can be company-specific actions, company-specific menu items, company-specific views, etc.
Okay. Well, for instance, that could be handled by groups. You can handle, for instance, I mean, the menu items, okay, they are normally shown only if you have the right to see something.
Yes.
Okay, like a menu item that shows sale orders is going to be visible only if you really can see the sale orders, right?
Yes.
So in that case, yeah.
So this is still working. No, nothing changed there. But if the company would like to make a new main menu with new submenus to customize for its own, like making its own app with a custom set of menus, then this is possible.
Okay, so you allow them to customize UI and then yes, other
they
things.
Can customize UI. They can also make their own server actions to manage, like to do stuff which is not in the code otherwise.
Okay. So do you give them admin rights?
I give them as much as possible admin rights for their own company.
I see. Is there any other question? Maybe let me check also other channels for the questions. We have too many channels for asking questions. No, so let me check on YouTube maybe. No, I don't see anything.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, Mike.
Just okay. I just wrote it in the chat, but one downside would be that what one customer will do with like server actions and things like that and scripts, of course, has an effect on other customers because you're running in the same instance.
No, but with security rules.
Yeah, no, I think it's talking about resources.
Load on the, if you're putting load on the system and the system is like slower because one customer does some crazy calculations or some crazy database operations.
Yeah, that could be.
Yeah, that's one thing to take care of.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you.
And also broadly something else like if you provide, I don't know, controllers, endpoints, and stuff like that, they will be available for, well, potentially for every company, and of course, in that case, depends on how you code the controllers. So yeah, I mean, all in all, it's just about not having a separation, an isolation between customer data and customer functionalities. So I guess this is only about resources and being able to easily customize the UI and certain behaviors through the UI and allow customers to do so. Right? Yeah. Okay. Okay. I don't see any more question.
Then I have a question.
Yep.
Considering to make an Odoo app intended for private people who will not make tons of data but have a rather small instance. Do you see this as good solution for serving 1,000 people, or would you rather make 1,000 databases? Like, are there tools to easily make control databases and upgrade them, migrate them in a controlled way? Like I know Odoo have their SaaS with like many thousand databases, and they do it pretty easily. And if I could do it like that, then maybe that would be better than having many in one company. But is there such tools? To make a Odoo community SaaS?
Well, that's okay. So we have the Open Upgrade project, which I mean, the main issue there is budget, right? So while Odoo SA is getting money for enterprise contracts, and a good part of the enterprise contract is handling the migration of the data. And of course, in that case, they have all the budget and the horsepower to implement such system, right?
Yeah.
In theory, we could do the same with Open Upgrade. The fact is, as of today, we don't even have the time and the resources, aka budget, to constantly keep this up to date as soon as an Odoo version comes up or new features are introduced. So that's really a lot of work. So in theory, yes, in theory we could have a SaaS service for the community edition only, and support this through some OCA fundings, of course. But it's going to require a lot of work and a lot of funds. So
right.
feasible, of course, and yeah, then depends on many factors.
Yeah. Do you have any recommendation for whom I should talk with if I would like to contribute to such a Odoo SaaS, Odoo community SaaS?
Well, there is no SaaS at all now. I mean, you can, regarding the upgrades, you can go to OCA/open upgrade.
Yes.
And then you can join the community there, open issues, and you open discussions or submit PRs to improve what is currently there. So definitely +1.
I mean, the actual question I think you had was, is it better to go with like one database with the 1,000 companies for specific use case, or having the separate databases? I mean, the migration is a different part. You have to have the migration once anyway. And if you have it once, it's a matter of tooling later to migrate 1,000 databases or migrate one huge database. But my guess will be when you go with the normal approach, let's say separate databases, then it's probably less work for you for the migration, because with all your customizations later, Open Upgrade will not handle that. You will have like specific stuff, and you have to take care of that yourself. So there's a point of a lot of work to come. And the other thing is, the only good use case where this might make sense is to save some resources in terms of like server resources when you have a real homogeneous setup. Let's say you want to create like this combination of website and some modules, and you don't allow much flexibility. So you have like a product of its own, which consists of some modules of Odoo, which are customized for a specific target group, and that's it. And then you have like this as an online service, and there I think it makes sense what you are doing. But you could also do the same with different databases still, which lets you separate the customers later if the need comes up. I think you are going in too much customization for the approach you are going, and this will be painful later.
Yeah, I mean, it's perfectly fine to host different customers, potentially different customers, or well, better, different companies on the same database. But then you should really restrict what they can do because of what Mike said. So for customizations and maintenance, that would be I mean, the way to do it. And then still you can simplify the hosting by having multiple customers, but with multiple databases on the same stack, on the same service, or let's say SaaS. Okay. And in that case, you create one database per customer, but then it's going to be isolated. So the migration, I mean, imagine that a migration, an upgrade is broken because some customer did some weird things in their own database. So if you have the database separated, the other customers are still happy, alive. They move to version 15, for instance, and they're okay. And you keep the bad customer on the 14 until you know what to do with his own data, right? So that's also another case talking about upgrades. Anyway, time is over. We have a discussion in a few minutes with Benoit about PSCs. And this is also interesting for you because you were asking how you could contribute. So PSCs are about contribution and about collaborating at repo or, well, cross repo, depending on certain areas of competence. So you might want to stay in in the room. That being said, thank you very much for your presentation and for sharing your thoughts. Do you have anything else to add before?
Well, thank you for sharing your thoughts as well.
Okay, good. I guess we can stop the screen sharing.
Yes.
Stop video,
Yeah.
I think. No, yeah. Yeah, thank you. Benoit, you're around.
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
Hey, can you turn on your camera maybe? Oh, you do. Okay, no, it's just that I don't see you. Ah, there. Okay.
Okay.
Salut.
I have a small presentation before the discussion to talk about the feedback, the survey feedback.
Yep. Yeah.
So I start with that. Maybe I can start to share my screen before starting, and you say,
"Yep, yes, please."
Do you see my screen?
Yes.
Good. So, should I start or?
Maybe 1 minute.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's wait.
Yeah, it's almost.
Shall we present yourself and what it's all about, or you have it in the presentation?
Yeah.
Yeah, you have it. You know who you are, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Then let's start it.
Yeah. Okay. So just to start, I am Benoît Guillot, a member of Accretion. So you have heard about it, I think. So I work on Odoo since the version 6, and since end of 2020, I am a board member, and so that's one of my mission to start to think about the PSC, if there is something to change or to do. So we did during the summer 2021 a survey. So the purpose was to get in touch with the PSC members, to get the temperature and to see how they feel about the role and the task. And it was the first approach, the start to raise issues and to see if there is improvements that can be done in the way we manage the PSC members or in the philosophy of PSCs and things like that. And to start to implement the improvement. Okay. So the feedback, we sent something like to 150 emails, I mean, to members, and we get around 30 answers. So there is the links. We did two survey because we had to send it a second time. So that's why there is two links. So you can find the links there. But I will also sum up it next now. So one of the main questions, the first question was, what is a PSC for you? And to sum up the answers, for people, it was the answer was only GitHub merge rights or PR commits and things like that. And all the people knew, or for other people it was more than that, more just to have right to commit on a GitHub OCA GitHub repository. So that's I think that's the first thing is maybe to at least we have on the website a description of the PSC roles, but maybe for every new PSC member, maybe we should remind it or show it or maybe improve it. This can be a discussion about that. Then it was more to know if everyone was still interested to continue to be a PSC member and to do this task. So most of the answer was yes. We get no. Some of people that are PSC member for several projects, GitHub projects, said not all of them. So maybe this can be discussed and see with them to change this. And then, so I put the result of the two links, the two surveys, sorry, the two feedback, because yeah, it was not very, it was kind of different. So it was about so if people have difficulties to manage the repositories when they are PSC members. So as you can see, it's around 50-50, more like yes, there is more yes answers. So it means that yeah, we can do something to improve the situation. And so what were the issues? Most of the time is lack of time. Yeah, because it's to manage repositories. Some repositories have a few PSC members, so it can take a lot of time to handle, and there is a lot of contributions around the different repositories. And also we can see sometimes they need help to manage some cases. So this is also something that maybe we can think about to yeah, to to improve the guidance or the documentation. Yeah, and then we ask like an open question to know if there is improvements that can be done. And so I pick with all the answers, I picked three main topics. The first one is the communication. So it seems that there is not a lot of communication between PSC members and also with the OCA board. So this is, I think, a topic that we can discuss and maybe find a way to improve. Also, some PSC members don't know how to handle conflicts. So maybe we can work on a maybe more clarify procedure if there is someone that we can contact, because yeah, I know usually Simone, you are in charge of to manage some conflicts. So, maybe
I'm not in charge. I
no,
just
you're not in charge,
help.
but you sorry, no, I mean you handle this.
Well,
no, you're not in charge.
I'd like to help. Yeah.
Yeah, and also as I said, some people doesn't know maybe need more guidance or documentation to handle some of the conflicts, or some to help to know better what to do in certain cases to handle the repositories. and that's kind of this. Yeah, and so maybe I was kind of bit fast, but then now we can. It's all for the small presentation for the reminder of how we are now. Maybe you have question about this survey and the feedback, or we can discuss about these 3 points or other points if you need. That's all for me.
So, anyone? Hmm?
No.
I can't believe there are no questions.
I was too fast, so
Well, I mean, we need more time for I mean,
discussion.
that's yeah, that's an open discussion. So,
Yeah.
On to become a project steering committee member.
how do you? Sorry, the voice was cut. How do you join?
How to join? Yes.
Yeah, it's. I think Benoit, you had the link in the slides. I can find it. It's on the website, on the OCA community website. You find.
I didn't put the link. Yeah. No.
Yeah, I'm gonna find it right now.
Yeah.
The association. / contribute. And this is this is actually part of the strategy for communication. We're gonna make it easier to find
information.
Yeah, to find information on the website, including how to contribute and stuff like that. My Google search.
Another question. How does communication between PSC members usually happen? Is it through GitHub? Like through
Well, okay. So fact is that actually there is no established rule on how the PSC member should communicate together. The point is that this is up to you. So you can really get in touch with the people on GitHub, ask for discussion there, or send an email to the mailing list, and that's all you have to do. You can organize a meeting if you want. There is no established rule for that, and the reason being that, I mean, we don't want to enforce any workflow in that. The real issue is we don't have that many PSC active members because of many reasons, as Benoit pointed out. So matter of time, and mostly matter of time, of course.
But maybe
if I sign up to be a PSC member, do I then also give my contact information in some way so that other people easily can contact me?
Well, you don't sign up. You ask to join a PSC. Yes. So you should write an email on the contributors mailing list. But to do so is not just I want to join. You should demonstrate that you're actively contributing already on the repository or the set of repository that PSC drives, and that's it. So first of all, the first step that you have to do to get engaged at this level is you contribute, you do pull requests, you do reviews. Reviews is the better way to start because you also get in touch with, I mean, what the evolution, you learn how others are doing things, you learn how others are doing reviews. Then of course, opening pull requests, fixing bugs and stuff like that. So once you get there, then you can apply for a PSC.
I understand. My question was more like, what contact information do you have of PSC members? Are there some members where you don't have contact information?
What do you mean with contact information? I mean, it's your...
Once you're in PSC member, then on the website, I think you can find the teams and the members. You will, like, if you see my screen still, then if I go to CRM and I see the members of the team, and those persons can help you if you want to ping them for PR and stuff like that. Well, maybe that was your question.
Yeah, the point is, from my point of view, is that you don't need to go to the website to find out the PSC members, because you can easily ping the PSC members on GitHub. Issue is, let's see if somebody is going to answer, depending on the time and availability of each person. Okay. But my point is, you don't need to talk to any PSC member to start contributing. Okay, that's the point. You don't need any approval from a PSC member to start contributing. When you need approval from PSC member is mostly when you are trying to join a PSC group, and in that case, of course, the PSC members will accept or not your proposal.
Yeah, I think the point is what's not so clear. That's also what I hear from Henrik. Is you don't have to be a member of PSC to be involved.
No,
as Simone said.
Yeah.
But that's something which probably could be better communicate. There should be some recommended channels how to get in touch with people who are interested in this topic, let's say CM. Yeah.
Look, the truth is that we have mailing lists. We have mailing lists by topic, and they're not used. And we are actually in the board. We are about to decide to shut them down and keep just contributors, because whenever you want to write about any specific topic, you can already use the contributors mailing list and just give proper subject to that email. And the thing is that it's easier to get a broader audience if you write to contributors.
Yeah, so the answer can also be write to the contributors list, which,
yes, exactly,
which applies for many topics. But this answer has to be given. That's the point. That would help at least. I think that should be on the readmes. Just get in touch with and this is the way how to do it.
So if I make a pull request and there is no response, then the best thing I could do is to write to the contributors list.
No, first you can ping the team on GitHub, because we have also, for each PSC, we have a team on GitHub. Okay, so you can really ping the team directly on GitHub, that it's easier. And then if finally you don't get any answer, you might want to join either Discord or the mailing list and ask for help. In that case, my recommendation is, especially if you are a new contributor, okay, if you want to attract reviews on your PR, you should start by giving others reviews. So go on the pull request list, pick a pull request that you think you are confident with, and add a review. And other review doesn't mean that it should be technical. It can be also functional, like testing the fix or the improvement on Rambot or on your local instance. Okay, and that's already something valuable, especially because normally in the OCA ecosystems we have way more technical people than functional. So having functional reviews is perfectly fine, and you can just approve the PR and say functional review, fine. So if you do that before asking for reviews, then you get a better chance to get reviews, because keep in mind that the thing that you're working on might not be interesting for everyone there. So if you help someone else to get their stuff merged, they will be more willing to help you getting that stuff merged. Okay.
So practically on the payroll repo, there is a pull request which is going slowly. Can I test it and approve it?
Yes.
Yeah, you can approve it. You cannot merge it, but you can approve it, of course.
Okay. Okay. But if there is need for changes,
you ask for changes.
Yes.
Okay, I ask the other people to do the changes. I don't do them myself.
Well, no. Well, thanks to GitHub, you can, in the review, when you are on the code, you can submit suggestions, and then the owner of the pull request is free to include your changes or do some other changes locally and push again. So yeah, it's just when you do the review, you can just ask for a change, and then of course he can accept or she can accept or not, and also it will depend on other reviewers, if any. So, but definitely you have two options: either you approve or you disapprove. And when you disapprove, of course, you should provide your comments,
Right.
your remarks.
Is there a web page that actually that describes well how to actually contribute on GitHub? This is quite new to me.
Well, on GitHub, no. I mean, you just have to check the GitHub guidelines to how to contribute in the OCA. I posted the link on the chat.
Good. I will read it.
Yeah. Okay.
I share also there is some guidance for review modules and PR, I guess, here. So could be interesting to look at this also. Don't know if it's outdated, but
just one question. Enrique, I'm Rick. Enrique.
Hola.
Hola. Hello. And now that's something that we have seen. It's sometimes hard to know when someone can be a PSC. I mean, sometimes I made a lot of PRs on revisions and so on a repo, but what really makes us PSC? I mean, I'm currently a PSC of a lot of modules, but sometimes people don't know when you need to be proposed. Also, it's like crazy to send the proposals on contributors, because everyone reads and everyone says, okay, +1, +1, +1, but obviously or theoretically only PSC members should vote. So sometimes I think it's not the best approach to do it in the way we are doing. I don't know how you feel about that, but I think it's sometimes crazy.
You mean to understand who can do what, or?
Theoretically, for being a PSC, only other PSC members of this team can vote. but we are sending this to contributors, so everyone is responding okay, +1 +1, but not.
Well, yeah, okay, yeah, I got your point. Well, in that case, I mean, it's also most of the time is also the community knows who they are, and all in all, if you are not familiar with that and you get many approvals, you don't care if it was from a PSC member or not. Very likely it's going to be from one PSC, because normally that's what happens. But I get your point. I mean, from the main list, you don't know if someone is in a PSC or not. That's for sure. Yeah. I have a question from Eagle. How do you ping the PSC team on GitHub? Well, yeah, just it's at and the PSC, well, the repository name, CRM in this case. So for instance, I'm on the CRM repo. Okay, let me share my screen, maybe it's easier.
Yeah. Okay, I stop.
Whatever. So share screen. Let's see if I can do that here. Share. Do you see my screen?
Yes.
So here I'm on a CRM repository. I do head CRM dash or OCA / and here you see all the groups. Okay. But if I do this CRM dash, it's easier. So sales and marketing maintenance here, if I do this, hello testing from OCA days, this is going to ping all the members. And if you go here, members, and this is also to answer the question. So if we go here, voila. Okay, so from here you can find CRM or accounting and so forth. So WMS, no, that's where I was actually, I think, logistic. Yeah, logistic maintainers. And you go there and you find out the people. But normally, I mean, for instance, I don't remember all of them. Neither I remember all the people in the teams. Even if I am in the board, I just type add and I get there. Because from here you can just type the repository name that works. In this case, for the logistic, for instance, you cannot do stock logistic. You're not going to get it. So you should do something like this, logistic maybe, or stock. No, okay, that is harder to find. Then in that case, where will you go there? I hope it answered the. Okay, that's okay. Do you have any other questions or remarks, Mike, Enrique?
So when we say a project steering committee, then on GitHub, that is a team, right?
Yeah, exactly. And by the way, the delay that we have when someone asks to join the PSC depends on once it's approved, depends on the fact that we actually manage this through the Odoo community instance. In there, we have all the repositories as projects, and we add the people there. And then there is a sync that happens with GitHub. And if the team is not there, it gets created. If the user is not there, it gets added to the team.
Would it be an idea to rename so it is teams on both places?
What do you mean? Like the name of the PSC?
The project steering team.
Well, this is part of the discussion. I mean, during the last years, we were discussing about this, how we can improve it. This year, we said that we're gonna find, well, ask for comments from the community. This is also why we have this chat right now. And then it's going to depend also on the communication strategy. And we will understand if it makes sense to keep PSC, okay, if it makes sense at all to have a project steering committee, or if we need simple teams. Well, rephrasing the names is not going to fix it, right? Because the main issue here is to have active people to do the job. And the fact is that we have not so many active members. So that's the main point. Because many of your questions could we probably be answered by the members themselves as soon as they are active. But also it's true that you can already find those answers on the community website. It's just that sometimes it's not so easy to get it, say. And this is again part of the communication strategy that we're gonna work on.
Just a comment. Maybe it would be an idea for the board to ping each repository team once in a while, and maybe, yeah, see like what is the roadmap, like who is going to upgrade this module or whatever.
Well, that's something that on paper is easy to do. Fact is, we have more than 200 repositories, okay? And each of them can contain tons of modules. So it's really hard, even for PSC members, to keep an eye on everything that is moving. Okay, and this really depends, most of the time depends on spare time or customer needs, meaning you are working on something and you have to move that forward. So normally when you see a migration to, I don't know, in this case version 15, it's because some of us are already working on a project, for a customer project for version 15. Okay, so it's really based on the needs. It's not based on any roadmap, because you couldn't have any roadmap. Okay, you can have a roadmap on what you should do when you migrate to version 15, meaning you know that on version 14 a certain module has been developed in a certain way, and you add to the roadmap that you would like to refactor this and that, or depend on another module or add another feature. Well, in that case, that's the roadmap specific to the module or to a set of module, and then whoever is going to migrate to version 15 can take care of that. Okay, but it's really hard to have a shared roadmap on everything. Okay, this really depends on the maintainers. And here we enter another big topic, which is maintainers. So today you have the right to merge a PR even if you are not in a PSC, but you are a maintainer of that module. Okay, so imagine that Enrique proposed a change for a module, and Mike is the maintainer of that module. Even if he's not in the PSC of that repo, he can call the OCA bot merge command and merge it, given that it's approved, of course. But that works already today. So to speed up, the truth is, if you're looking to enter a PSC just to speed up the merging of the PR, well, that's not, I mean, from my point of view, is not a good reason to do that. If you do it for helping others to move faster with their PR, with their work, then that's a good reason. Because if it's just for your work and you get an approved PR, you just have to add yourself as a maintainer, and then you can easily help yourself on certain modules. Okay, I hope you get my point, because being a PSC is not just having the right to merge a PR. You should take care of, yeah, possibly helping everyone in the repository or working on that repository to go ahead with their work, and maybe give some guidance, and why not some reviews. But as I said, it's a lot of work, so not easy to do every time.
So how does one become a maintainer then?
You just add yourself as a maintainer on the manifest of the module. And then the bot is going to check if you are a maintainer, and will allow you to issue the command. There is a known issue here, which is when you migrate a module, the bot is not able yet to check, because when you migrate a module, the module is not already in the repository. Well, sorry, it's not yet in the branch that you are moving the module to. So it doesn't know that you're a maintainer. So we have to implement few changes to make sure that he's able to fetch the maintainer list from the current PR or from the original branch, like version 13 or 12. I mean, any version before the one that you are migrating to. But if the module is already there, meaning you are changing something like fixing or improving, if you are in the list of the maintainers in the manifest, you are able to merge. And there is also one other thing which is already as well explained on the website, which is the level of maturity of the module. So for instance, if it's an alpha module or a beta module, you have it should be easier to merge. For instance, by convention, if it's an alpha module and I get just one review, I should be able to merge it, or I should be able to refactor the API because it's an alpha module, and if I break something, well, I'm not really responsible for it unless I care about all the many implementations that you have based on this module. And of course, when you want to base your work on an alpha module, you should first consider if it's a good idea. Second, consider if it's maybe worth to switch to beta or stable, because maybe the module is there since quite some time. So, and this again enters in the scope of the interaction with the rest of the community. So you could ask if that module has to be flagged as table or not, for instance. There is a question on the chat. Why not add in a repo a clear note about who are the PSC team members? Well, the team members are already on GitHub, so we should probably link the team in the README, and this is probably quite easy to do. So if you go into the repo README, you should be able to find the link to the team. That's probably something we can do already, because I don't think it's easy to find if you don't go to organization and teams, I think. That's a pity. GitHub should show the teams associated, probably. Let me check. No. Also, you know what I do normally when I don't know? I mean, it's not just about the PSC. It's also about the authors. So, for instance, if I'm contributing to a module that, yeah, maybe it's the first time, or there's something that I'm not sure about, or if I see someone that is contributing to a module and I have no idea about what that module does, but I'd like to help this person to move forward, I ping the author or the authors, and I try to onboard them in the reviews. This is something that you can do yourself as well. So if you see something is stuck, you just go to the history of the module and you see who has contributed to that, and you can ask specific contributor to help with the review. Moad says, I'm not a member of any teams. Actually, I'm in several teams. I should be. Otherwise, I don't know where my rights come from.
Yes, you are. Oh, actually, Simone, there is a discussion about vertical rental starting now.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, I lost track of time. But just to finish the discussion, I mean, you can go ahead discussing in the on Discord, or yeah, if you have a specific issue with a specific repo, maybe just file an email on contributors, or if you open an issue today, it's not going to be the right place on GitHub. So maybe move the discussion to contributors, and likely everyone is going to be able to contribute to the discussion.
I just posted a question in the chat. When there is need to squash commit into one, is that something that I could do when I have not done anything on that module before?
Squashing commits into one. You cannot do that from the UI yet. Well, the point is that with the bot is not able to do so. So you should really do that by yourself, by checking it out and pushing again.
But this is something that.
Sorry, Enric. I mean, we are running out of time with our discussion, and I guess we can move forward this discussion in the chat if you don't mind, and we can leave the room for the other discussion space if you don't mind, which starts actually 5 minutes ago. So sorry, Benjamin.
No worries.
Hey, hello.
Hi. Maybe we can get some hands. So because I think our discussion is planned until 1:35 max.
Yeah.
And that's quite some time. So I'm not sure if we hear now 80% of the people curious to hear more and discuss a little bit more with you. So we can for sure spare some 10 minutes. That's not a problem at all. Maybe we can collect some hands on this one.
Yeah, as you like. We're going to have also an MAA Ask Me Anything session with the OCA board. So in case you want to ask question to other OCA board member, that's feasible. So well, up to you guys. I mean, these are open spaces, so you're free to discuss on what you want. We can switch the vertical rental if you prefer, or we stay on this discussion for a little bit more. Is there any consensus here? But maybe to answer, I hope I answer to the question regarding the squash. You should take care of it if that's your PR, of course. If it's not your PR, you should just ask the author of the PR to do it.
It's not my PR.
Yeah. Okay. So well, Pedro, I see that Pedro already asked for it. So. And also I see another thing that is not truly good, like a merge branch comment. Yeah, all those comments should be squashed. Yeah.
I mean, the changes are in a different branch or in a different even GitHub repository from somebody else. So you don't have access there anyway. The author has to do it. If you want to help, or somebody, I don't know, neglects some pull requests running out of time, you would have to make a fork of their work and then try to bring it in if it's really necessary. But
exactly, but this mic opens another point, which is if you see that a PR is not moving on, and is not yours, and you really want that to move forward and get merged because maybe you want to add some other improvements and stuff like that, it's perfectly fine to ask the original autoloaded PR something like, hey, are you going to move forward soon? Otherwise, I could take it over. And if you don't get any answer at all in the day after, 2 days, whatever, you just fetch his work, open another PR, and go ahead to speed it up. Okay, this happens quite sometimes. I did it myself several times. It's just fine. I mean, everybody here is doing this on, well, sometimes on free time, sometimes on customer time, and maybe you don't have time to finish it up. Especially, for instance, when you're used like us to work with not merged PRs. Thanks to Git aggregator, we fetch. I mean, we are going on production with tons of PRs that are not merged yet. And then when we have time to clean them up from time to time, we get there, we clean them up and trying to get them merged. But it's not always like this. So if you see a PR that is not moving forward and you really need that, then help to get it finished. You do it yourself, and the author will close the PR, or if anyone else with the rights is going to close that PR, and we move on the next PR. That's perfectly fine.
Thank you. This was very useful.
You're welcome. Then I think, Ben, we can switch to the new subject, which is open discussion on vertical rental. You're still around, Ben?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So do you want to present the discussion?
I leave you yeah, you did most of the discussion.
But okay. Ciao, Benoit.
Ciao.
Do you want to present the discussion, Ben?
We had this presentation yesterday, initially planned, and then Greem and Rebecca asked for there's some talk about how to deal with, for example, sale rental, which has been around for a while already, is quite widely used, I think. And the idea for today was to get some technical talking about how to proceed further with vertical rental.
Okay.
So it's not a prepared presentation. I hope, or most people who are here and interested have seen the presentation yesterday, and this one over here was just to get some talking going and maybe speed some things up in the process.
Yeah, no, it was just my question was more about not having a presentation, but presenting the discussion based on what you said yesterday, because maybe people here today didn't have the chance to watch the discussion, the presentation, and maybe you just give few words about what it's all about until we get people onboarded. But
for
it's
sure.
Up to you, huh?
Yeah, no, I'm fine with this one. Yeah, so there has been some work in Germany considering the dealing with rental services in Odoo. We had a demo yesterday. There are a couple of modules for that purpose who somehow all built around sale rental, which we took as a basis. And yeah, you're able to manage rentals. We've worked on different pricings and yeah, some other features, and we're about to get them into the repo one after the other. There are already 5 or 6 modules in the vertical rental repo in version 12. And the next steps, besides getting some more modules cleaned up and committed, is to, yeah, besides migration to 14.15 and maybe 13 as well, talking to discuss about what to do with the sale rental module. Would be great to have Alexis Delattre here. But I don't see him, so that's
no, he's not available.
unfortunately, I just I wrote some comment in a PR for the migration of Sail Rental to version 14, where this discussion already started. So yeah, I'm not sure. I just wanted to pop this one up to maybe get some talking into this direction.
Okay.
But if there is anything,
Enrique is asking which repo is
it's in
Sail
Sail
Rental.
workflow.
And I will ask a noob question. Why is there if it's related to rental?
Because rental vertical is brand new. That's the reason. And there has not been any discussion about moving it yet.
Yeah.
Or a little bit of it. So I'm not sure if it's, shall I share my screen maybe to show some GitHub or share a link?
Yeah, why not? Yeah.
So now you should be able to see my screen.
Yep.
Yeah, here. So at first, here's vertical rental, reachable as everyone should know. There's the first bunch of modules, which is already available. And
I see it's a version 12, so it's just on version 12 for now.
For now, yes, yeah.
Okay.
But there are plans for migration as well. Maybe there are some people who want to get into this. Yeah, and this one, migration to version 14 could be used to deal with Sail rental as well. Here's the pull request for the migration, and yeah, there has been already some discussion about vertical rental and moving Sail rental and maybe splitting functionalities as well.
Yeah, and here I see, I take the chance now, if you scroll down, I take the chance to point out what I was referring before, talking about how you can contribute. I see you added your own review, a functional review, and that's perfectly fine. So that helps. Thanks.
Yeah, I try everywhere where I get some knowledge to.
Yeah, that's the spirit.
Yeah.
I mean, thanks. I mean, that's exactly what we love. Especially, it's also easier to get onboarded like this, you know, to enter the mechanisms of the community. If you act like that, it's easier. I mean, that's at least my point of view. I don't know what is yours. How do you feel about this approach?
Yeah, as I from my point of view, for purely functional people, which are sometimes or well, a little bit underrepresented in the community, at least it feels like in the active part.
It is.
It's like yeah, it's we know this point. It's like you need to read the fucking manual and to get GitHub going, and yeah, it's like maybe combination or with a side influence of having some hesitations to just write things transparently in the internet. It took me a while to get into all the processes and so on and so forth. And I'm not the mostly common seen functional contributor in the community. But if you're getting used to the workflow, which is not rocket science in the end, but sometimes, yeah, it's like it depends where you're starting from. So I had some troubles in the beginning or some hesitations. Yeah, but basically that's the way to go, and it's the tool to use. So if you want to drive a car, you somehow need to get the license.
Get the driving license. Yeah. Yeah. Well, the fact is that, as far as I understand from the comments that we had before, and yeah, I mean, it's like years that I hear the same kind of comments, is some people don't know where to get the driving license. Okay, so of course you can say read the fucking manual, but that is not always nice. And above all, we recognize that on the website, yeah, you should be able to find all the information, but probably it's not presented in the right way, and this makes it harder to. It's also true, as I'd like it to stress before, that just get there and do something. It's probably easier than blocking yourself, preventing yourself to contribute because you don't know how to go ahead. So just ask if you don't know, maybe where to find things, and as you have done, for instance, just get familiar at least with GitHub. And this is not about the OCA community, it's about go find tutorials on GitHub on how to do things, and just start reviewing, and that's a start. But you see, another issue is that our community is maintained by techies, right? So for us, this is really natural, passing our day on GitHub is our daily job, and our passion also. So we're really familiar with that. So somehow we give for granted certain approaches, certain things that you can do that newcomers maybe find difficult to grasp. So
yeah, it's like I would say there's a difference between opening an issue, doing some conversation, and then making a PR. So there's some different levels of GitHub usage for sure as well. And for maybe people who are more functional than myself, I a couple of times thought about reading a README, not really understanding how things work, then trying to figure it out, like with some code review in the best case. In the worst case, it's just like clicking in the GUI, and then you say, hey, now I understood the thing, and I just found, or it's like feels easy for me to add some additional lines of description to the README, and for especially this purpose and people who might come up or have their qualities more in this section or this area, where it's easier for users to understand. I find the technical barrier a little bit too high. Maybe we will have some day together in Belgium with some techies on a table working on a easier way to edit our README files. That would be, from my point of view, lowering the barriers a lot. But if people really want, there's ways to do this now as well. So it's like I don't want to criticize anything. It's amazing, and it's like it's not the typical open source project. So if you want to get in, you need to get yourself going. So it's like.
Yeah, but look, I come before joining the Odoo community. I was working in the Plon community. Mike as well is a member of the Plon community, and in there it works very differently, but for many reasons. So, for instance, for starting, the Plon project is totally community driven. So there is no SA company behind it. So the R&D and everything, I mean, the whole system goes ahead because there are some nice people carrying it forward. There is no global headquarter taking decisions. So it's really community driven. And that's one point. And the second point that makes easier to contribute to a specific module, for instance, well, not module, a Python package, is that everything is a Python package, and one repository, one package. so this also makes easier to understand where do you go to contribute. In the Odoo ecosystem, in the Odoo community, we should have like gazillions of repositories, which is going to be a pain to maintain, and also harder to understand for many reasons. And then you have to find where things are, who you have to talk to, and stuff like that. So two different words, and with drawbacks, pros and cons. But fact is, as you said, if you want to do something, you can do that. Just try to do that. It's like get on a bicycle and start pedaling somehow.
What was the problem with editing the README? I didn't get that.
No, it's just about that, like the whole that need to know how the whole GitHub process works in order to commit a README. If you're not having a techie helping you out, that's
it's not working by just clicking on edit. I mean, you can edit the README directly in GitHub, or is there any permission in these repositories?
Yep. Well, in that case, sometimes you face the issue that, I mean, in the Odoo community, the official way to provide the documentation is not just the README, but we have the README fragments. So sometimes you edit the README instead of editing the README fragment, and that's not good, but then you're going to get a review for that. So it's really easy actually to just click edit and modify it. And then if you do it in the wrong place, someone is going to tell you that it's been done in the wrong place, but you can already easily do that.
So
I think.
So what is the right place?
Well, it depends. If the module has a README directory, then you should do it there, because the bot is going to generate because you see, to improve the quality of the README of the module, the README is automatically generated using the README folder, which contains several files: description, configure, usage, history. I mean, depending on what you want to provide in the README, it contains several files. The most important one is description, and the rest is automatically generated. So out of the module manifest and some other information. So if you want to change the README and there is a README folder, you should edit the specific file in the README folder and not the README, which is going to be overridden as soon as the bot goes there.
If we have if we have a README to how to change the README, we could just have a link how to do that, how to change.
I think it's written somewhere, but as I said before, I mean, if you want to
contribute to the README, direct link from every README could have just like the normal logos and whatever, a direct link to change me. Like, in some documentations you have to change me on GitHub or whatever.
But it's not that easy.
Just pointing on a small text where it's okay. If you want to change this README, this is how it goes. Because it's not just the README, maybe it's the smaller
you should include it by section. You should have on every README. You should have, because if you look at the README, is automatically generated. So you should have do different links for doing the same thing. One link pointing to the configure, and one link pointing to the description, one link pointing to usage.
No, I mean, I don't mean, I mean, that would be perfect if you just have like an edit and it works. But the easy way to start would be when you have what you just said. This is how it works. There's a folder, you have the files, and when you want to edit something, find the right piece and edit it there. This information could be written down and just with a short link mentioned on every README, so that when I look at the README, there's something to notice, and then I just read it up, and then I know how to do it. I mean, that's a simple way, because it's just a link on every README pointing to a short documentation how to do it.
Yeah.
But the READMEs are mostly fine for many projects and many modules. What I'm still a bit missing is this overview. So like use cases, for example, because as you said, you have inside one repository, you have like tons of modules sometimes. And some of them are just like personal taste for some scenarios. So not all of the modules you want. Some go well together. Some are like excluding themselves or whatever. But to know that, you have to really understand all the modules and spend a lot of time in one repository to get the grasp how this works together. There would be good if at least the idea how things work together, like a good known set, let's say, would be like summarized, or we should find a place where this summarization could be. When I spend the time to figure out how, let's say, field services works for different use cases, I would like to put this knowledge somewhere that not everybody has to spend like days until they decide if they can use that or not, because sometimes it's just not working for your use case, even though it looks like.
Yeah, let me see. Well, I'm looking for the description of documentation of this.
I mean, what helps a lot, at least with installing, is when you have like dependencies between modules. Since we have this now as Python packages, everything else is just insane. Going by GitHub modules and then trying it out and finding out, oh, there's another module missing. this takes days. This is not how I want to work. But yeah, still because everything is so small, so atomic. It's not like bigger modules. It's for a specific reason. Everything is really tiny. Like if it's just one model field and one checkbox in a view, sometimes, yeah, you can get lost even inside one repository, and we have hundreds of them.
Yeah, no, well, pip install helps definitely.
Yeah, but
if you know what to install.
Yeah, and first of all, if you're not very experienced with one repository or one use case, you have to find out if that's feasible. Yeah, or is it doable in the time you have for the project, for the ideas? I mean, you have your ideas, your use cases, and you try to find out if there's something existing. And I think there are a lot of double work out there because you simply don't have the time to fully understand how 50 modules work together and compose what you actually want to build. Because you also don't know if that time is well spent. You might as well spend several days to figure out, I really cannot use it because it's way too complex. I just need something else. And this kind of this kinds of experience, I think we should better share, and somehow maybe some use cases and recommendations, what modules make sense to start from and things like that. This would be really helpful.
Yeah, I mean, again, requires time, and actually, everyone is encouraged to write, blog posts, or even if you want to extend the documentation of the repository, writing down which modules you could use, you can do that. So, but again, it's something that requires time for sure. But so, just one second. Yeah, sorry, Mike. No, because it's like the time is over, and it's not just because of this, but because I have my talk in a while after lunch, and I want to have some food before lunch. Let me check if there's anyone that can take it over. Otherwise, we should close this place. So Ben, sorry for hijacking the discussion and going back to how to contribute, but I was checking the chat and I didn't see any question regarding vertical rental, so probably we can.
I'm interested in like I'm working for not a hotel directly, but kind of a health center. And I wonder when I think one of your modules could be used for renting out the rooms, because you can rent out like specific products. Do I understand that correctly, Ben?
I think so. It's mainly about physical products who can be moved. So I think the hotel and room booking stuff, there is a lot of let's say specific requirements to bring this up, and I think there's at least I think I remember something, a project which has been done for a hotel-like setting in Spain. Am I? There's something I remember. So there has been some communication. So I think booking of rooms has been solved in other modules already. Or there was this booking in terms of COVID response. I saw a talk that sounded a little bit like this as well. So I'm not sure that what we did is really suitable for yeah, the booking of a room need from my point of view.
There's also a vertical hotel repository. Maybe that's fitting.
Okay, shall we go for the lunch break? And then we meet again after lunch. Well, I'll be in the other room giving my talk. So I guess because we still have space for discussion this afternoon. So you can also, what is it? Let me check. It has been filled? No, yeah. Yeah, you can still discuss at 1:50 if you want. There's an open discussion on what Odoo version, and there is also another slot on 2:40 p.m. So you can keep discussing about this if you want on the vertical rental. Okay. So thanks Ben, thanks Mike, thanks Henrik for the discussion, and yeah, see you later. And have lunch. Well, enjoy your meal.
Yeah, you too.
Bye.
Bye, Simon.
Ben, did you see my post on the German group on Discord? Just to mention that I would like to have like a session
just one word, guys. I mean, if you want to stay here and keep discussing, you can do that. Just bear in mind that everything is registered and live streaming on YouTube is on. So feel free to discuss, but don't.
Hello world.
We will just make fun of you.
Great. That's
Never.
awesome. Bye.
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 But we can switch to Discord as well. Fine with me. Is there anyone here who still wants to talk about rental in some manner? Raise your hands now.
Or be silent forever.
Okay, so everyone else is already waiting for the next talk. Yeah, then I would say goodbye over here as well, and yeah, jump to Discord and have a look what's going on there.
Okay, thank you.
Bye, guys.
everyone. So welcome back after the lunch break. We have now half an hour free slot in this track, so until about 2 p.m. European time. So if any participant is willing to discuss any particular topic, feel free to claim the slot. Otherwise, we'll be back right here at about 2 p.m. for a discussion and comparison between pip and submodule to install community add-ons. A small correction to what I just said. At 2:05 p.m., we'll have here Virginie, who is going to animate a discussion about which Odoo version and edition the OCA member are using for their customers. And then at 2:35, myself and Daniel will discuss about using pip or submodules for our project. And then at 3:5 p.m., it's going to be Augustine Whiskey discussing about blockchain as a gateway for Odoo and other ERPs. So good afternoon, everyone. So we are back in track 2 with a discussion session now with Virginie, who wanted to discuss which Odoo version and editions the OCA members use for their customers.
Yes, indeed.
So
yes, so it's just an opportunity to ask these questions. I know there are not a lot of people there. I think that Remy is there and is interested in this discussion as well. So maybe I could ask you a lot of questions, Stefan, and you can attack soon.
Feel free.
And I'm sure it can be useful for some people looking at this later on as well. I think you use Odoo Community Edition as well as Odoo Enterprise, and that you are also an official partner of Odoo. Could you explain a little bit your choice?
Well, first of all, our choice is that our approach when addressing customer projects is always to first look at what can be done with the standard version of Odoo. And then for custom requirements, look at what can be found in the OCA. And if the customer requirements are generic enough and not covered by existing OCA module, contribute them ourselves. And finally, when the customer requirements are too specific or not well understood enough to be contributed as generic modules, we do custom development. And for us, it's very important to work in community as much as we can. For many reasons. One of them is that it's fun, but for our customers, it's also better for them because they are then not alone to have to support the maintenance effort of their module, and that's very important for us. So yeah, because we have seen in the beginning many Odoo partners who simply could not survive because they were not capable of migrating all the modules they developed for their customers, and sharing that effort is an important aspect of working in community. Yeah. Now, regarding the Odoo versions we are using. We have a mix of both. We do have Odoo Enterprise customer, quite a lot of them actually, but even for those customers, we also use a lot of OCA modules. And in general, our reasoning is that when the customer requires heavy customization of enterprise module, so we invariably look at OCA alternative. But for some customers, when enterprise module work out of the box, then if they are paying the subscription, why not use them? Some of them work well, and some customers appreciate to use them. So yeah. But when we combine the two, we also pay particular attention to license compatibility. So we make sure to not have, for instance, custom modules that depend both on enterprise and OCA AGPL modules, for instance. That's, for instance, important. And that's why actually I developed the Manifest2 module, which has a license check command to verify that dependency tree of the modules you are installing is respecting the license constraint. Because if you don't check it in your CI, you make mistake. It's inevitable. And yeah. And so yeah, it's a mix, and then we have some customer who are pure community. We have a few of them also.
And So it's based on really the need of your customers, and depending on that, you will propose the enterprise edition or the community edition. And in both cases, you will be able to add some OCA modules.
Well, the needs, and well, that's not the only factor. I mean, there is a commercial aspect. There are some customers, especially large public sector customers or large enterprise customer, are reassured by having the editor subscription and support. And also when the customer can afford the enterprise subscription, I think it's also good to contribute to Odoo upstream in that way, because it contributes to the sustainability of Odoo, and that's important too when the customer can afford it. That's clear. Now, in terms of features, well, there are sometimes customers are attracted by specific enterprise features, but it's not very often the main factor for choosing between a pure community or enterprise version. It's much more depend of whether the subscription is affordable or not for the customer. Yeah. And there are situations, of course, where the per user subscription model of Odoo is not always applicable when you have very large customers with many users, but using light features. Sometimes the subscription model is not working. And it's always a very open discussion we have with the customers. Yes, definitely. So it's a mix.
Yeah, to share a little bit about our experience at CoPTZ, we work only on the community edition, for the moment at least, because we work with a lot of food co-op, for example, which are cooperative supermarkets, where they are building their own supermarkets, and people who can shop has to work in the supermarket. It's like an alternative to the food system. And in this case, all the members of the supermarket have to access Odoo to be able to manage the shift, the schedules, and a lot of things. And they have like thousands of members, so it would be really impossible to get the edition, the enterprise edition.
Yeah, that's clear.
There is also this question about the open source, because when you are working with the enterprise edition, the enterprise modules are not completely open source, or are not open source at least, if I understand correctly. So is it something that bother you or your employees, or because it's something that bothers us a lot?
Yeah, I mean, well, the good thing with the Odoo approach is that even for the enterprise modules, when you pay the subscription, you get access to the source code. And I think that's a good thing, at least because when there is a problem, you can debug it, and you are not fully dependent on the support service of the editor. So when there is an urgency, sometimes it's good to be able to look at how things works and not waiting for the support to reply. On the other hand, the fact that it's not open source, so you cannot redistribute, that's really limiting the contribution possibilities people have, or the collaboration possibilities people have on the enterprise source code. And that's why we don't see a collaborative ecosystem developing on enterprise modules, because you need to pay first to be able to play, and that's the strength of open source, of course. And that's also a reason we are saying that, and I'm basically telling my team that when there are heavy customization to make on enterprise modules, we try to not make them at all, and look at community alternative, because then we'd be basically alone maintaining those customization, and that's something we try to avoid as much as we can. Yeah.
And about the version, so Odoo is releasing a new version each year in October. For us, in our really small company, it's impossible to follow this rhythm. And also because we are depending on open upgrade, which is taking some time. So how do you manage this migration process?
Well, it's hard for everyone, and the pace is too high. The changes are too big each time. That's a reality. And when you have large customers with many customization, it's impossible to follow. If only because retesting everything does not work. Large customers. I mean, if you have a public sector customer with hundreds of thousands of users, they cannot afford to retest every use case each year, or even every 2 or 3 years. So, yeah. So we do skip versions. Yeah, quite a lot.
Like, how many versions do you skip? Is there a rule? Or?
For big customers, migrating every 4 versions is something we find normal. Yes. Yeah. So, okay. Yeah, for instance, at the moment we are migrating several customers who are on V10, now migrating to 14. And
how do you decide on which version you will migrate? You make only the +4 like this, or do you think, okay, the 15 is has just been released?
Yeah.
Would you consider migrating to this version already?
Well, like others, unlike others, we have no strong policy about that. It really depends about also on commercial factors. Sometimes, yeah, customers don't want to start new projects on a version that's already advertised as non-supported. So it's sometimes not easy to tell them, well, okay, 15 is out, but we'll work on 14 because larger community and so on. Sometimes it works. It depends. But it's true that for teams, it's also complicated to track many different versions, because at some point you simply don't remember what's working in one version and what not. And so, yeah, more and more we are considering to really skipping versions completely, because if only for the mental health of our teams.
Yes, and there is also the question about the funding of this migration process, because, for example, with our food co-ops, we had them migrated from 9 to 12, and we did like a mutualization. All the customers paid together to do the scripts and all the things, but it was quite, it was a cost. And some of them did not expect that to come so fast and to be that much. And they are asking to maybe pay a little bit each year to like fund, and not having to each 3 years, for example, have a big expense. So how do you do that?
We try to be very honest with the customers and say upfront that they need to anticipate maintenance costs, and we try to estimate those. And for that, Odoo is actually helping, because now on their App Store, they are displaying on the Odoo App Store the cost of maintenance of custom modules is displayed. And when you do the math, it's actually very expensive based on the number of lines of code and so on. And I'm curious, to be honest, it does not cost that much to do the migrations, but the message Odoo SA is passing there is that it's clear, and it's important, is that maintaining custom software costs money. And that's something, maintenance of software is something that needs to be anticipated. And that's a bit a problem with Odoo, is that it's very easy to develop on Odoo. Developing cleanly, maybe less, but still, it's very easy to do customizations very, very quickly, and then you quickly can fall in a trap where you do a lot of, or customers ask a ton of small customization without realizing how much it will cost to maintain over time. And that's something we as integrators, project managers need to tell our customers, that there is a real cost behind any software development, and that must be taken into account. But all in all, when you do it properly, I'm still very much convinced that the total cost of ownership of an Odoo project with customization is still less than any other ERP. That's for sure. So, but yeah, we need to anticipate maintenance. That's clear. And to be honest, I don't know if Odoo is actually selling their maintenance contract to anyone, because it's very expensive. But the message they are passing is totally valid. Is that it's expensive to maintain software, and that needs to be anticipated.
And do you have like a ratio to propose to your customers?
It's difficult to tell, but I think minimum making a provision of I don't know, 5% of the initial project per year for migrations. It's a minimum you need to provision. That means every 4 years you need to be ready to pay minimum 20% of the initial project to migrate. That's certainly not exaggerated. And I mean, it's reasonable for software maintenance, and there is nothing exotic in that. So.
And for the moment, so version 15 has been released. Do you already have some customers on this version, or do you wait several months?
No, but I mean, it's also, it depends on our pipeline and existing customers, so on. So at this stage, we are focusing on 14. Yeah.
But I've heard some integrators telling that we don't go to the latest version. We wait at least 6 to 9 months before going on it, because there are bug fixes.
That's sure that except for people who are ready to cope with initial bugs and so on, it's always better to wait a little bit. But again, it depends on the customer. If you have a small shop with a few users who can cope with some difficulties, then that's no problem. But yeah. Anyone else wants to share something?
Yeah, there is actually Sylvain Le Gall can join us and share his experience with Le Graph.
Yes.
Yes.
I can share my screen. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Hi. I can share my screen. I prepared a little. Do you see it?
Yes, perfect.
Yes, you see the PowerPoint?
Indeed, yes.
Okay, thanks. Just prepared a little presentation of 4 pages regarding the current topic in Graph. So we are not integrator, we are just using and implementing Odoo in our company. We started to use Odoo when the name was OpenRP in version 5, and then we migrated in version 6.1 in 3 years after. We use a custom SQL script to do that because we didn't know OpenGrade project at the step. Then we migrated to OpenRP 7. And then we started to really develop a lot custom code and using a lot of OCA modules. And so we waited like 4 or 5 years before migrating to version 8. And then we migrated to version 12 2 years after. And the last cost of this migration was that number of hours, including developer cost, but also making a lot of formation for end users. And the goal is to migrate to Odoo 16. If we see in a graphical point of view, we can see here at the top the last version proposed by Odoo, and in red line the last version supported by Odoo officially, and here is grep in yellow, and the objective is to be in the middle of the 2 lines. And something interesting to know the frequency to migrate is, I think, what Stefan said, the size of the base code, if it's a complex project or a very light project. And so I developed a little module, the name is module analysis, to analyze the number of modules installed of your instance. And it says it provides a number of modules, but also the number of Python, XML, and code also. And I separated the code, the installed code only, in 3 parts: Odoo Community Edition, OCA, and grep Custom. And if we check the line of code, here is the result. So most of the code is the standard code with OCA code and 10% of custom code. That's all. I don't know if it can help in the current topic.
Yeah, that's great to see a specific example here for you. And yeah, but
and Sylvain, do you have a kind of ratio between the migration effort and
Didn't understand the question. What?
Do you have an idea of the ratio between the migration effort and the effort to create the project initially? It might be difficult since it's,
I don't.
Since
really don't. And there is no initial cost. There is a recurring cost also, because we are now 3 in the IT team, 1 for the support and 2 for developing Odoo and other things, Nextcloud. We are providing a lot of tools, open source tools, so it's quite difficult to know. But I think that the ratio you said, 20%, is quite good.
I think by seeing your numbers, it should be comparable. But for us, 20% is a minimum. We have in complex project with customization that really intricated with the Odoo core features. It can be more.
And in your cases, Stefan, can you provide some? Do you have some numbers regarding the size of the Odoo code base, the OCA code base, and the custom code base? Because I think it's very important in the migration. In a migration project, no?
Yes. I don't have such figure right here, but indeed, the difficult part is when you have custom code that is really going deep in customizing standard features. When you develop completely new apps, it's generally pretty easy to migrate because the framework is quite stable actually. But yeah, when you depend on warehouse or accounting features, when you have customized the invoice process, for instance, you are in for some pain when you reach 13, for instance. And yeah. And it's not always easy to decide between customizing existing features and developing a complete new app, because usually when things starts for the customers, things are easy. Customization often starts small, but then it can develop and become complex over time. And it's sometimes important to step back and say, aren't we going too far in customizing standard features?
Yes, I agree on that topic. There is another thing. In Grab, in the beginning, we was using a point of sale in version 5 and 6. It was just a mess. It was just not working. And so we developed a lot of modules to make point of sale working. But in the end, when we migrated, we just removed all that modules. And so it was a big cost. And I think that the good strategy was to wait and to migrate early to avoid. And when a Odoo module is not mature, and it occurs when a new feature arrives, for example, point of sale in version 6 was really not working, or maybe e-commerce in version 8 was maybe a little proof of concept, and it's maybe not a good idea to use it in production, and maybe it's better to wait a more mature version. I think it was an error in Grab.
Thank you, Sylvain. We have also Rémi from Le Clermont who can share, as we have still like 2 or 3 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So at Le Filament, we are a cooperative working on exclusively on a free open source project. So we are working only with the Odoo community, and I think I joined what was said before, that we cannot afford to go into each version. It depends on the needs from the customer. Actually, we maintain. So we have been working since version 9, I guess, and we have now we have some customers in version 10, a lot in 12, and a few in 14. But I think we came too early on 14 because we started this summer, and a lot of things have moved on stock, on invoicing, and it introduced a few regressions, and also just keeping the code up to date. It's already difficult to retest every use case every time there is to follow every commit also on Odoo and so on. So I think we went a bit too early on this 14, but we are currently in the process of starting migrating our own database to 14, and a few customers also who requested a few features that are available in 14. And instead of developing backporting a few things, we prefer to sell them the migration to 14, and that's usually how we work on this. Also, Sylvain, I think it's really interesting to make this ratio between what comes from Odoo code, what comes from OCA, and what's custom code. And it's always a bit difficult to say, but there is this simple module from OCA, we should use it, but it's not exactly what we want. So every time the developer prefer to say, no, let's redo the thing, and but then for migration, it's a nightmare. So, yeah, it's a trade-off to find between all of this to have a proper process, and to get because also it's not only that the code is changing, it's often that also the screens and so on are changing, so you have to train again all the end users. And that for me is the most problematic part, because if it was like transparent for the user, we could introduce it more smoothly in the migration. But today you really need to have them to take time. It's not only a matter of money and of finance, but they also need to take time to be trained on the new tools, on the new processes and so on. And a lot of times, some things they were doing before, it's also the opportunity to discuss again whether it makes sense still, or because they evolved also in the meantime. And so it's really, for us, at least the migration is really like a new project for this customer, where we take over also what we've done and what is still necessary, what still needs to improve, what could be replaced by Odoo standard migration and so on.
Remy, I think we're done with the time, Stefan.
Yes, I think the next slot is at 35. But we'll be waiting for Daniel and Simone. So Simone is finishing in 5 minutes. So I think we'll jump here just afterwards.
Well, that's great to see that we're not alone in this mess. And that we can join our forces.
Yeah, but doing Odoo customization remains software engineering, and it's an art and a science. And sometimes there is a disconnect between the perception of customers who say that there are apps, so it must be as easy as a smartphone. And so there is some pedagogy to do.
Yeah,
that's sure.
Thank you for sharing, Stefan, Sylvain, Remy. It was nice for me, at least. We are not a lot of people, but I enjoyed it. So
yeah, so it was an interesting conversation. Yeah, thank you for organizing it.
Yeah, you're welcome. Bye.
Bye. So this slot was supposed to be about a discussion between using pip or submodules for managing dependencies. I'm waiting for Daniel and Simone who are interested, but in the meantime, if there are other people who have any questions on those topics, feel free to ask.
Hello.
Hi, Daniel.
Hello. I'm sorry. This
No
is
problem.
a bit messy agenda today, so I'm sorry.
There are so many things to do and follow.
Oh yeah, and you know, and Joel is giving an excellent talk on the other channel, and I jumped into it and almost forgot about it. So sorry about that. Okay. You probably started a few slides on this.
No, not really, because I did not want to redo the slides I had shown this morning, but I thought it could be interesting to see how well the use case you were showing this morning would work by using pip, and I thought we could give it a try.
It was just checking. It was a down-to-earth scenario, right?
Yeah.
It's something that happens in every project.
Yeah. So yeah, maybe we can try that, because what I showed this morning is basically how to install Odoo from Git in a virtual environment. And do you see my screen? Yeah, I think
yes,
so.
I see your screen.
And so basically, the idea is to create to start with a requirements.txt file that looks like this. So you import the Odoo dependencies from their requirements.txt.
Can you drag your window a bit down? We have an icon for the. Okay, it's a minus R. Okay, that's great.
That's better. Yeah,
it's much.
And so and then with pip you can also use Git references directly. And so minimal project for Odoo could.
Okay, so rephrasing here, the first line installs Odoo in your virtual environment.
Yeah, the first two lines it's about Odoo, and then an OCA add-on from PyPI.
Okay, so the first line is the Odoo requirements. I didn't know you could do that in a requirements file. Add the -r and refer to requirements txt. So I'm learning.
Yeah, that's an include kind of include mechanism. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So the other, and you say at 12.5, meaning that if you have a fork, you could easily change that to your fork and your branch inside that fork. So
absolutely, absolutely.
Great.
And we do that all the time. And so basically, then you can create.
Yeah, it's clear.
You can create your virtual environment, and to do that, that's using the venv module, which is standard in Python 3, which then you can activate. And then when your venv is activated, there is, oh, sorry, there was an existing one. I empty it. So create a virtual environment, you activate it, and then when you have activated, you have minimal stuff that in it, so pip and setup tools basically. And what I always recommend is to upgrade pip wheel and setup tools in your VM. So when you have done that, you have the latest versions of pip and setup tools.
So pip usually warns you about it. Setup tools and wheel doesn't, right?
Yes, but actually pip is evolving much more quickly than setup tools, and so there are interesting new features coming in pip every quarter. And like the last one is that it's doing it's improving the git clone command to be much faster and with large repos.
Yeah, that's a problem with Odoo. If you don't do the shallow clone, it takes forever.
And yeah, exactly. And pip is using this option, filter blob none, since this month actually, which makes it pretty reasonable now to do a git clone. Normally it should finish.
Odoo doesn't have a lot of blobs, right? It does have a long history. That's the Odoo problem. It has a long history.
I think the blob we are talking about here are the Git objects actually.
Okay.
And normally it should finish reasonably fast.
So, okay, you're doing manually the steps you could automate in the requirements. So you were showing the requirements txt. You're now running what's there manually, right?
No, I've just run a pip install of that requirements file simply. So
okay. All right. Yes. You created a file, so this should set up Odoo and install. I didn't pay attention to the last of the lines.
So the last line I launched was basically pip install -r txt.in. Yeah.
Can you display what's the .in?
And it's this.
Okay. Why do you add the .in?
It's a convention because then when you run pip freeze after that, the tradition is to generate the requirement.txt with the frozen requirements.
So this is the input. This is the input and the final.
Input. Okay. Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. And now it's recompiling this. I'm not sure why, by the way. Which version of Python do I have here?
You were expected to already have a local wheel compiled?
Yeah, I was expecting to have it in cache, and maybe
okay,
no, maybe it's maybe
I've
never installed it for 15 for that specific version. That's very possible.
Yeah, so maybe
this one is a bit slow to compile, but
yeah. Show me the requirements file while it does that. Yeah, so you have the OCA Odoo add-on server. Okay, that's one published from PyPy. Okay, Maybe we can follow through here while we wait there for that to build, and add the installation of the particular PR.
Yeah. So you tell me the module name.
Yes. Let me. I can tell you the module name. I have things around. So this was on the Odoo days, OCA days 2021 source. So let's start with the stock logistic workflow. And it was the stock restrict lot. Restrict.
So this one is not merged, right?
This one is not merged.
Okay. And so I'm going to get it from GitHub in stock logistics workflow.
This is the appendix. Okay, so this is the appendix from the other one, from the sale workflow other one. Would it be automatic if you added the sale workflow? Maybe not. Maybe we need to add.
If I add, so the main module is what?
Odoo add, it's, okay, let me tell you, sale. So it's an interesting example because of that. Okay, I need to go to my slide. Tell you. So it's the sale order lot selection.
And that one is merged? No.
No. Well, it wasn't this morning. Sale order lot selection.
And that one is in
sale workflow.
Sale workflow. And the PR is
1752.
1752. Setup / sale order lot selection.
Tool to generate such URLs.
Yeah, it's a bit long. It's a bit long indeed. But what it does is pretty easy when you understand it. So basically here on this line, we are using a package that is published on PyPI. So for instance,
I know if
I know you know Simon.
Yeah, no, okay. So
for the benefit of other people listening.
Sorry, yeah.
Server, if you look at server environment, this one is published. So we just use the package name. The dash and underscore are equivalent for PyPI. But when it's not published, you can tell the package name and then put a git URL with a git reference, so that the PR in this case. And then since there are many actually small Python projects in that repo, you need to tell people where is the root of each project. So
talking about this, Stefan, sorry, but as you mentioned that lovely trick of having the TUML file into the module, do you think we could start adopting this even if Odoo doesn't include your PR?
Yeah, definitely. It's totally independent.
Yeah,
it's totally independent. And I'll get back to this, I think, early next year. But basically what it will change is that instead of having those setup.py, we will be able to do just this, that is pointing to the add-on itself. So it will be a little bit more intuitive.
Okay. So actually we save only the setup / yeah.
Yeah, because still in one repo, you still have many add-ons. And the point of all this is to consider each add-on as a standalone project from Python. And the other one, Daniel, was?
I'll tell you. So the sale orders lot, okay, the other one, the restrict lot, that's a restrict lot, 921. 921.
921 /add subdirectory setup /stock restrict lot. Okay, and so when you have done that, in theory, here I have my Odoo setup as finished. And you see the git clone of Odoo was pretty fast. So that's really a very important feature of the latest pip version. And you see in the add-on pass, since I add this server environment module, I see that I have vn flip side package Odoo add-ons that has been injected in my add-on pass automatically. And that's just because there is an Odoo/add-ons in that directory.
How does that connect to your setup subdirectory? Because so I see a site packages Odoo add-on. Yeah, so those are the Odoo add-ons. What about the other? Well, the other add-ons will be added to the path.
Yeah, the other add-on, I relaunched the install. Mm-hmm. And so it will say that and so here you see that it's cloning the sale workflow directory.
It's cloning and then running the package from that clone directory?
It's actually building a wheel from that clone directory and installing the wheel.
Okay, if I have my own personal branch with add-ons, non-OCA, how do I make it pip buildable?
I show you. But you see here, it has installed.
I digress. Let's follow.
It has installed the two add-ons. If you look in the site package directory, you see that the two add-ons you have installed are there, and just those, nothing else. And if you do a pip freeze, you see that is getting those same reference basically, except it has replaced the PR reference by the commit hash. Mm-hmm. And so you have the guarantee that you can reproduce the build with the exact same commit that you used for testing.
So which is very nice if the PR changes something. What about if the commit gets deleted?
Yeah, for that, and I mentioned that in my talk this morning, it's important that if you care about that, which you should,
that you pull for the aggregated branch.
The important thing is to actually to push your PR, the PR to a branch you control and on which you can put a tag, a git tag, to be sure that over time it will stay there. Yeah, but that's basically true if you are using submodules too, and there with submodules you do that with Git aggregator, which has the feature to clone and push and to your branch, but then also tagging it is important. Yeah.
So yes, what I was saying is make your own fork and deploy from it, right?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Exactly, and at Axon we still use Git aggregate. We use Git aggregate less and less actually, because with those requirements.txt, it's very rare that we have several PRs on the same add-on, right? And so when you do it like this, you don't need Git aggregator actually for those cases. We still need it for Odoo because we often have several patches to apply to Odoo itself.
It's not a big deal if the commit goes away, because your requirements file is pointing at the PR number. So a case where the commit may go away, I don't know, someone deletes a branch, or I don't know if a force push can make it go away, the commit, maybe it's still there in the database.
It can go away, definitely.
So force push is something that you can do rather frequently on a PR, because you're changing someone. So actually, you should do it to get a single commit pushed into the main history. But anyway, you get the particular commit in the documenting what you downloaded, what you built. but the source requirements txt has the pull request number, not a particular commit. So
yes,
if you repeat it, you won't have the problem. You get whatever is the latest commit for that PR.
yes, it depends how much you trust the author of the PR to do the right thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, so that's basically the core of the workflow. And then you pip freeze, and the nice thing too in terms of performance is that when you have something like this, pip is capable of caching those those Git reference which have a commit hash in them. Pip is capable of caching the wheels it has built from those. And then it can then be very fast to reinstall that requirement file. And especially if you don't have the _e, the -e there, it's going to cache the Odoo wheel too. And then you really resolve a lot of performance issue. Also, you have to build and share your dependencies between colleagues.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this. Imagine the impact on the CI. So we have a large project and with tons of submodules. I mean, just the setup. Beside, of course, the setup of the database for the test takes ages, but also even check it out everything. It's really time consuming.
Yeah, definitely. And to answer your question, Daniel, about making your own add-ons directory compatible with this. So the important part, as you understand, is the setup directory with the setup.py file. And in OCA, those setup.py directories are generated by this hook.
Okay.
So if you put this pre-commit hook in your own project, basically that's all you need to get the setup.py.
There are some adjustments needed for non-OCA projects. There are some checks that should not be there, like OCA being in the authors list. There's some adjustments. Other than that, I think it's a good practice copying this for your project.
Yes, you need to adapt it, but you choose what you want for your
so it's
practice,
there.
of course. But it's there. So the generation of the setup.py, it's just these.
Make sure you have that on your pre-commit and you're good to go.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. I think we're running out of time. We should have a session next by Virginie. Am I looking at this
you have time, guys. I'm the next one to, if you want to continue a little bit, it's totally fine for me.
I have to switch to the other room for sharing. So thank you, guys.
Okay.
Ciao. Stefan, if you could place the essential, like a copy of this requirements file, or maybe a couple of commands somewhere else, maybe in a slide.
Actually, it's all in my presentation of this morning, so you can look it up. I've posted it on Twitter and in Discord, so you can look it up. And feel free to ask if something is missing.
Yeah, I'm going to suggest to presenters to share links to their presentations and have that updated on the talk description. That would be nice.
Yeah.
While we wait for the videos to be ready to be seen. Okay.
Definitely.
Good. I'll sure we'll play a bit with this and get more familiar with it and compare the workflows. Okay. Thank you so much,
Daniel. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye.
All right. So next we have Agustin Whiskey. Do I pronounce the name correctly?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, welcome. I hear you. And so Augustine is going to introduce us to the world of blockchain and tell us how it relates to Odoo and other ERPs.
Yes.
And Agustin is from Argentina. And so you've been on multiple projects over time. And now you're a full-time developer. I joined Blowpark in Germany last year. So we are eager to hear what you have to say, Augustine. So the floor is yours. I'm going to stop my screen share.
Okay. Let me try. Now, can
Yes,
you see my
I see
screen?
your screen. Yeah.
Okay. This is an easy slide. I'm, as you mentioned, I'm Agustin Whiskey from Argentina. Let me share my let me turn on my camera just to see you and you see me. Just a second. Where is it? Here. No, I'm there.
Great.
Okay. I am Agustin Whiskey from Argentina. I'm working at Blue Park. I'm an Odoo developer at Blue Park. During one of our projects, we realized that it would be nice to handle one of the issues or something that the customer wanted to solve. We figured that the best architecture to handle this, it was the blockchain. And because we wanted to share information between different organizations with different ERPs, with different software, and you want to share the information, but also store it in the ledger, right? And this is the blockchain. So I will go through this small talk, trying to share my framework setup for this work. Also, I would talk a little bit about Ethereum, Avalanche, and blockchains concepts, maybe. And then I will show you the Odoo ABX module. And then one thing that maybe we can discuss before I start developing is our next steps, which blockchain should we consider to do this. I mean, right now I developed this module to integrate. I mean, this is kind of connector to Ethereum and Avalanche, but this is also possible to do with other blockchains. But before doing it, it would be nice to hear you about if someone of you knows about it. Would be nice. I prefer to, at least from my small research, I will go for EPFS blockchain to do the document sharing, and that's it. I mean, for the introduction of this talk. Okay, the module is in this repository. I can share this later in the slide as one of you suggests. This is a small module that allows you to connect to AVAX, but also it works with Ethereum because Ethereum, I mean, Avalanche is AVM compatible. So you can see if you access to AVAX folder, and this is something easy to use because it's a Docker file, also a Docker Compose. And here is how you can deploy in your local, and you can start playing with this AVAX and blockchain feature very, very fast. The build takes a while, maybe 20 minutes. So that's why I don't present in this live. Let me share it here. This is the project, and the important part here is that we have in the Docker file. If you want to, for example, deploy this outside Docker or in your local or maybe in Kubernetes, and you want to build this in another way, the important thing to consider is that you need to take care of the Solidity compiler. Otherwise, you can't compile in Odoo without this Solidity library and also the Python library needed to do the compilation. So once you have this installed, you can, as I did before the meeting, you can just run Docker Compose app. The first time it will build the image, but as I did it before, it's just start quickly. And once you have the project running, you can access to it in your local address, localhost. And you need to configure, I mean, I added in the demo data. If you create a database with demo data, you will find these two connectors, but you can use all the connectors you want. In the case of Ethereum, I'm using Infura as an API to connect to one of the Ethereum nodes. Let me, here it is. As you can see here, you have multiple endpoints. If you choose the connector or you create the connector with the mainnet and you add this endpoint to the connector in the Odoo module, you will be able to directly interact with the mainnet in Ethereum, but it is like the production environment. You need Ethereum to pay for different transactions when you want to write something. I don't know if you know, but if you want to read something in the blockchain, it's for free. You don't have to pay it. But if you want to store something or change something, or for example, transfer funds to another account, you need to pay for it. You need to pay gas for it. So once you create the database, you will access to the connectors. And in this case, you can just run a small test. So just a test to prove that you are really connected to in this case, for Avalanche Fushi C chain. This is like the testnet for AVAX. And here you have the service URL. This is the endpoint, the symbol, and the explorer. This is important if you want to check for some transaction or something external from Odoo, because in this module, everything is logged in the chatter, so you can access just with one click. But also you have here the fund URL, because once you create an account, you need to fund your account, because otherwise you won't be able to transact in the blockchain. So let me show you an account here. I have these two different accounts, one for the Ethereum Ropstein blockchain, and the other one for the AVAX Fushi C chain. Also, I create a smart contract with this module, but this is very, very easy to do. For this, when you are starting with a blockchain, with Solidity particularly, you can access to the Remix IDE, and this is an open source project that allows you to deploy, build, and do whatever you want in the web. As you can see, when you start in this URL, you will find this exactly the same thing that I'm showing you. And this is a smart contract, as you can see. The first instruction here defines the version of the compiler that this smart contract should work with. This is the instruction. This is pragma solidity between this version and this one. This is a super small contract where you can store an integer, a uint number, and you have two different functions: one to store a value and the other one to retrieve it. So what I did was to copy this smart contract and paste it, this smart contract in this tab. And once I did that, I can compile. I will create another exactly the same sample. I will deploy this in Fushi C because it's faster. You can interrupt me whenever you want. If you want to ask me something, it's totally fine. So once you have this in your Odoo, you can compile this, and this will call the compiler. And once the compile is done, you will find here the functions available for this smart contract, but also this compile function provides you from the AVI code and the bytecode. This is necessary when you want to deploy the smart contract. If you only want to interact with the smart contract, you only need the AVI code and the address of the smart contract. But also it depends on the smart contract if this is a public smart contract or you need, for example, the ownership to do certain things. This is a super easy, simple smart contract. That's why we don't care about the ownership. Once I have this, I can deploy it. I need to select the account. This is check. I don't have it. Okay. No, no, I will create. This is test. Test. Single chain user. I can link the user to the account. I can save this. Now I can access to this account and generate. Test. I'm generating the account in AVAX. Check here the account. Here is the account. Once I generate the account, this create an account actually in the blockchain. This is for free, but once you create the account, you need to add funds. Here we have the funds URL. So I will copy my address here, and I will add funds to it. Something like this. This is a warning. This is a beta faucet. Funds are not real. That's it. We have here the transaction ID, but also we can access to it. We can check our balance here, but also we can explore our account from here. So I will press here, get balance. Now we have 10 AVAX. And if we click here on explore URL, we will access to the AVAX Explorer. It's different from Ethereum. As you can see here, this is the account, our account, and we have 10 AVAX. This is the same transaction ID that we received here. And okay, now if I go back to the contract, I can okay, function. Now we can retrieve the value from the blockchain. This is important to mention. For example, in this smart contract, this is another smart contract. We received this previous store integer number 77, but I can change this directly from Odoo. I can store a new value using the Ethereum. Test. Oh, this is an issue. I don't have funds in this account. This is an issue. Let me check one thing. Sorry, I was using the wrong account. This is I need to use. This is working in Fushi net, and I was using an Ethereum account. That's why this fails, even if I need to improve the code. Next one. Insert this number. Now we store in the blockchain this number, and we can, after we can check here in the chart that we have the log of this transaction, and we can check it also in the Explorer. And we can see the gas price we pay. This is nano AVAX, super small amount. And one thing I wanted to mention about AVAX is that it's AVM compatible, but it's also a third generation blockchain technology. So it uses a different consensus protocol. It's super fast and cheap. And if I go back here, I can retrieve the value. And now we have the number 22 that we previously set. So this is how you can interact through Odoo. This is super easy to do. I mean, you only need to clone the repository, run Docker Compose, and then create a database with demo data. And you can create directly from here the account, and then you can create the contract and link the contract to an account. And once you have that, you can you can interact with your smart contract. Also, I wanted to share with you that this is the important part that we mentioned, that this is a gateway. Why? Because the information is really stored in the blockchain. It's not only stored in Odoo. We have the values here, maybe the API and address of our smart contract, but the data is stored in the blockchain. So this is like a door to develop another kind of features, like the document sharing. We want to share the different documents, no matter which ERP you are using, or no matter which Odoo instance you are using. You should be able to share information, and it shouldn't depend on the ERP you are using, neither the instance. And the advantage of this is that once you deploy the information in the blockchain, it will be there forever. And if your company is no longer there, or one of our customers is no longer in the field, you will be able to access to the previous transaction and information if this is available. Of course, this depends on the ownership or how you want to deploy the solution, but this is possible. And we can interact with a smart contract, as I mentioned before, if you have the API and also the address of the smart contract. For example, if I want to access to this smart contract, I can go to Remix ID. Let me check if I need to use inject with Web3, but I need to switch to another to Chrome, where I have the MetaMask. I need to access to the account here. Just a second. Don't remember the password, and this is good. Okay, MetaMask is a wallet that works as an add-on to or plugin to Chrome in this case. You can set private networks, but also you have the default configurations for the for all or most of the Ethereum blockchains. I added here the Fushi chain wallet. As you can see here, I have this sample account with 33 AVAX. So this is important because once I access to Remix, as I told you before, if you enter this URL, you will access directly to Ethereum, to Remix IDE, sorry. Once you are here, you can use the inject Web3 module. Here, you can select the inject Web3 environment. And as you can see, this address matched the one I have here. It's exactly the same address because the browser is linked to my MetaMask account, wallet, and also my account. So, for example, I can first I can show you that we can transfer funds from this account to my the account that I already have in my Odoo instance. Let's check it. Account. For example, this account. I want to send funds to this account. If before we can check, we have only 12 AVAX, so I can send funds to this account through MetaMask. Send. I paste here the address and I will send 2 AVAX. Confirm. Oh, I think I sent. Yeah, here you can see. Now I have 14 AVAX in this account, and I did this outside Odoo. I did this through Remix IDE and MetaMask. Sorry, MetaMask. And now I will do the same. I will interact with the smart contract. Let me check. Was testing the feature here. Smart contract here. But this address. Address. So some here, storage. This. Just let me check one thing. Yeah, it's here. I'm checking the build of this smart contract because it's the same AVI. Yes, I have it here. And here is the AV. Copy the AVI code. Let me check what is wrong here. Okay. Check why it's not working. Oh. Okay, something went wrong here. I will do the opposite. I will put here the smart contract.
There are only a few minutes left.
Few minutes?
Yeah, it's 33.
Okay.
2 minutes actually.
2 minutes. Okay, I will. Okay. One thing I wanted to mention before the meeting is over is that the next steps should be the blockchain to share documents. And my plan is to use this blockchain, IPFS blockchain, because it is a good solution. I think it has a good framework. So my plan is to develop the integration between this, using this blockchain, and I will share with you guys the repository when it's done. Maybe we can, I think we are done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Agustin. Very interesting presentation. We have a few minutes for questions. I don't know if there are some for the audience. Don't hesitate to raise your hand.
Okay.
In the meantime, I have one. I don't see, well, I don't see questions in the chat so far. Maybe I have a question. Could you share some ideas of concrete applications of using that from inside Odoo? Do you plan integration with accounting or with supply chain?
Yeah, I mean, the idea is using the contract module. I mean, this is something that interesting topic. If you are able to share contracts and store them in the blockchain, really contracts, not the smart contracts. I mean, the contracts that are legal contracts or between different parties. I think this would be interesting to use it in this application, because it allows
this be
you
used to sign contract between different parties?
Yeah. You can in a smart contract you can set whatever you want. You can define the owner of the contract, who is involved in the contract. You can set what kind of data you want to store. That's why we need to use two different blockchains. One to handle the smart contract statuses and which operations are able to do the different participants, but also you need to use a special blockchain to store data like a PDF file or an image, because you can store whatever you want in the blockchain, but it's expensive. If you want to store, for example, images in Ethereum, is super expensive.
Yeah,
that's why you need to use another blockchain that has another purpose. For example, this IPFS, but also you have a Filecoin and I think BitTorrent. So you have different solutions, but I think this one is the best for to build something. And it's I think it's the first step to build some great things, because it doesn't it's not restrict to Odoo. You can use this and also in different technologies. You can use this with Node.js, with I don't know, Java. This doesn't depend on the framework or the ERP. This is stored in the blockchain, and once it's there, you can interact with it with many different tools.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I'll check in Discord if there are questions. Doesn't seem so.
It's a new topic. Yeah. I present the same thing in Odoo, in the Odoo talks, and it was, I mean, it's super technical. That's why I think it's not that popular right now, but it will be in the future, I think. I hope.
Yeah, yeah. It shows that many people are not familiar with blockchain, and that's why, yeah, it could be interesting to show concrete applications of what it can do, definitely. All right, so if there are no other questions, thank you very much, Agustin. Now
Thank you, guys.
we have a 15 minutes break, and after that, at 10 to 4, we have Rafael Valli, who is going to present us an approach to import and export XML data using the excess data mapping system. So thank you very much, and see you soon for the last part of these OCA days. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, bye.
Hello?
Hey,
Can you hear me?
yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Who is talking?
I'm Bhavesh.
So, okay. Soon.
Let's wait for 1 minute and we will start your presentation.
Okay, fine. Maybe I will start sharing the slide to check everything works. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
So I don't know, like share screen. You cannot start share screen. Way. Somebody else is sharing the screen. So
Okay, let
I
me
don't
send
know.
you the different link. Maybe from that link you can share it.
It's telling me that somebody is sharing the screen. I don't know. I think it's I don't know the name of the person before me. Is still sharing the screen, I think, and this is a problem for me to share.
Oh, okay, let me check quickly.
It's blocking me for now.
Are you logging on the Decode so I can send you a link?
Where will you send me the link?
In Decode.
I'm not sure. You can send it in the chat eventually.
Sure, let me do that.
It's Stefan who is sharing the screen. I'm notifying him.
Hi, everyone.
He's here.
Hello.
Okay. So,
I'm here. Hi, Rafael.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay.
Bhavesh, you are going to host this
Yes,
session?
I'm going to
Okay.
host, and we get some difficulty for sharing the screen.
So let me share my screen. You see my screen?
Yes. Now we can see your presentation.
Okay.
Okay, cool. So let me give you the introduction and we will start your presentation. So first of all, thanks. Okay. So thank you for all joining us and supporting the OCA days. I am pleased to introduce Rafael Valley, who will be talking to you today about the Odoo model XML import and export using X data to generate the binding for arbitrary XXD schemas. So over to you.
Okay, I can start.
Please go ahead.
Okay. So yes, it's about using advanced XML usage in Odoo to exchange a message like a bit like electronic data exchange or things like that, EDI. I'm a software engineer. I'm the founder of Accretion. I started Accretion in 2008 and in Brazil, and then we extended in France. I'm still in Brazil. I'm also a PSC member of the Brazilian localization. And in fact, everything I will be showing, it was a necessity for us for the Brazilian localization because we have a very, very complex electronic invoicing. So I will explain why. Okay, so let's move on. How is what are we talking about? We are talking about XML documents, a business document, like for instance, a purchase order. So this is a very, very simple. This is for teaching. Okay, this is not real case, but this is a bit like UBL, or it's an example, a simple example of a purchase order. As you can see, we have a big purchase order here, a big tag of the purchase order. We have a shipping address, a billing address, a comment, and we have two items inside the items block. Okay. So these messages, they are usually structured with an XSD file, an XML schema. So this is the example, this famous example. So you see, so it's very verbose, but it's the way it is. So this is right the XML schema of the previous message we have seen. So as you can see, it's specifying how is a USA address, for instance. So we have several fields: a name, a street, a city. The SKU, it also has some kind of validation. And we have a second page where we can see also the list of items. So it's a bit different from Odoo. You have a container items, and inside the container, you have what is an item. That would be a purchase order line, for instance. So where you have a product name, a quantity, and also you have the purchase, as you can see at the last block, with a shipping address, a billing address, and you see a type. So there is a name and there is a type. So it's a bit like object-oriented programming, but in XML. It's the same kind of data structure you would do in Odoo, okay, with models and fields, okay? And usually when you do electronic invoicing, you have that kind of specification, and you should comply to the specification when you send the message, and usually it's also over SOAP. But this is a very trivial example. In fact, so when you have such a simple example, of course, you could do it by hand. You could make your own parser, use E3 and create the XML with QWeb, no problem. So we'll see the different level of dealing with that. So the first level is dealing with manually. The second level would be using excess data for data binding. The third level would be generating Odoo abstract models for these XML schemas. And the last level is going to be how do we use this Odoo abstract model inside the existing Odoo model, because there is some magic to do to be able to do that properly. So let's see that. So first, how is it going to be if we do it by hand? So for instance, in France, the electronic invoicing in France, because we work both in France and Brazil, the XSD, so I've shown you an XSD that is 40 lines maybe, so it's trivial. In France, the XSD of the electronic invoicing is like 500. You have to add like 10 to 15 extra fiscal fields to your invoice, to your Odoo invoice, and you are done. So it has been done manually, and it's okay. It works perfectly in France. But if you come to Brazil, for instance, because Brazil is a federation, so it's a bit like intrastat in Europe. We also, instead of one tax, we have like 6 tax. We have state tax. We have so it's extremely complex, probably the most complex in the world, in fact. And XML, just for electronic invoice, the XSD is 8,000 line, okay, and 8,000 line. And this is just for the electronic invoice. And we also have the equivalent of the intrastat documents when the declaration of service, of goods, when you move goods in between European countries. We have that also. We have also other fiscal documents. So by hand, in fact, some tried at the beginning of the localization. We had a Python library to do that. It was all done manually with a parser, with a manual generator. But in fact, there's XML schemas from the fiscal authorities. They are updated like twice a year with 8,000 lines. So it was impossible to maintain. And you can see it like 32,000 lines of code and nearly no test. And you could not even several major evolution. You had no idea what it covers, what it doesn't cover. So, and if you consider all these bindings to deal with these XML files and the equivalent Odoo models, like where you would have all these fiscal fields with the proper selection fields and everything, we are talking about 200,000 lines of code if you want to cover the full fiscal specification of Brazil. So in fact, it has been a maintenance nightmare, and like until like 3 or 4 years ago, we were doing it like that, but we couldn't scale because it was really only proprietary ERP could scale because they would hire like 20 guys to take care of that, just to take care of that. Okay. So, okay, I will skip that, but basically it has been done and it costs us a lot, this kind of architecture. We could also generate the XML we need to send with QWeb, of course. It kind of works, but again, it works only for the simple solution. For instance, it works for UBL if you don't want to cover the full specification. It won't work for Brazil, or it will work only in the simple case. Also, if you go for QWeb, it will be easy to generate the XML, but you won't take advantage of the XSD for field validation, for data validation. You will be validating your data only when you will be sending it. So often it's too late because the user, when he entered the address of a partner, he already did mistakes. So you are validating that like 1 week later when you will send the invoice. So you are not doing it at the right time. So it's not good. XS data, what can you do with XS data? So XS data, it's new. It has been created like 2 years ago. So in fact, before XS data, like last year, I've been doing the same presentation, but instead of XS data, we are using Generate DS. It's the same kind of XML data binding tool. But XS data is much better, and in fact, we are rewriting the stack to use XS data. So I will show it. So basically, what you do pip install XS data, and then you take your other XSDs that I've shown, for instance, and you're able to generate. I could eventually show that in the terminal, but maybe we'll lack of time. So I'm not sure if we have time. So I will first go with the slide. So if you generate your data structure with that, it will generate a Python data class, and they look like that. So in fact, there are a bit more class for the XML schema I've shown. But if you look, the main one, so for instance, for the address, you have a data class for the address, you have a name, you have a street, you have a city, okay? And you also have the purchase order with the shipping address. So you can see also they are using strong typing, right? So it's a Python strong typing, but it's a detail. But you see, it's a bit like an Odoo model, in fact, okay? It's just like it only depends on Python because it's a Python data class. So you can create a structure and okay, and you have the headings with the line, the purchase order line, in fact. Okay, so it looks like that. And when you have that, it generates this order.py Python data class. Then what you can do, you can write that kind of code. So you have to import a few utility class, and then you're able to take an XML example, a purchase order example, just like I've shown in the second slide. You take it, and then you can look inside it. So it will create the object. So maybe I can show you just that in the terminal. You still see my terminal?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. So for instance, if I parse the object from the XML, for instance, okay, then it's because it always like that. XML serializer, XML serializer. Okay, then I've done it wrong. Let me copy it again from my note here. So for instance, this is just parsing some XML. Okay, so then if I look inside the object, it's a Python object, but then, so instead, for instance, I can look inside the shipping address, so ship to, for instance, and then I can look at the name. Okay, so I have, okay. And then I can also, I can also load it from JSON. It works exactly the same with JSON, so it's really nice XS data. And I could change it. And so for instance, I could say name equal hello OCA. Okay, and then I can serialize it again. And so you see the name now in the shipping address, it's hello OCA, and then I can send it like with a SOAP or other, okay, a web service usually. Okay, so I can go from XML to object back and forth. So let's go back to the presentation. View, present. Let's see where it brings me. Okay, so you can also, it's also easy to test. How you test that? You take a bunch of XML, you unmarshal them and you marshal them again, and then you use XML diff to see if there is any difference between the input and the output, and it's easy to test. But you have real-life example for XS data. In fact, it's extremely well tested. So as you can see in the test suite, they have UBL, they have Amadeus transport system, they have SpaceX, they have, I mean, the guy is crazy. He's taking the most complex XSD around. He makes sure it works. It's also tested with W3C test suite. Okay, so you can find more about XS data in this address. So the upside of XS data is very clean, it's extremely well tested, and it's dry, it produces dry code, and we are rewriting the OCA stack we are using in Brazil. We are rewriting with XS data. And in fact, in the future, I will present the tool, and some of tools are not related to the Brazilian localization, and the ones that are related to Brazilian localization, my goal is to propose it inside the server tool repo once it's rewritten for XS data. So now, okay, generating a data class is cool, but how about, why not generating directly Odoo class then? Because instead of having a Python object, we can have a Odoo class. Well, we can do that because I did an XS data plugin. I wrote an XS data plugin. It's able to do that. So this is the address. It's a work in progress. I will make a push. I've been working on this tonight. So before that, in fact, in production, we have been using the equivalent with GenerateDS, but GenerateDS, the code was kind of ugly. It worked. I mean, it worked because we had the same kind of architecture and technology with GenerateDS that is using a data mining generator for Odoo. And we invoiced in the last 2 years, we invoiced for customers, they invoiced like millions of reais using this electronic invoice, using this technology. So it works very well. And it's being rewritten. So it's very similar to the data class generator from XS data. It uses Jinja 2 templates with some custom filters. So basically, you convert the field like where you will use a Python integer field. I will use Odoo fields.integer or fields.many to one, fields.one to many. We extract some XML annotation for documentation, and also there is a bit of work for the one to many, many to one, the relationship. But I mean, it works very well, but some work was required because, for instance, they do only the one to many without taking care of the many to one in XS data. So I had to collect all the many to one first and write them inside the object. So what you do, you install then, I mean, it's not yet on PyPy, but you can download the GitHub repo and soon it will be on PyPy. So you will do pip install xsdata minus Odoo. And then you will do the same as I did for the order, well, as I shown for the order. And with, in fact, there is an error. It would be minus output equal Odoo, and then it will generate Odoo data class. So just showing that maybe in the terminal. So here I have, I will launch the command. Okay, so it generated a class, and if I look inside it, then I can see it's Odoo abstract model. So I have items that would be purchase order line. I would it's like this is all the purchase order line, the item. I have a purchase order with a shipping address. So it created all these Odoo mixing, these abstract models, right? With that field chart. So in fact, the generator, as I told, is not complete yet. So the example I've shown in the slide here, there, in fact, the slides here, they are done with generate.ds, but it looks like that. Also, we put a prefix before the field name to avoid conflicting, because XML schema, it can be very extensive. So we put an XML, we put a field prefix, and inside the field prefix, we also put some digit about the version, because like that, if there is some evolution, if it's a minor evolution, it will be the same field. And if it's a major evolution, it will create other table on other field. So you see, we create these abstract object models. It's easy, okay, and it works. And also you can test them. It's pretty easy. There is there is testing class. You can take the XML message, create a bunch of a structure of abstract Odoo models, and serialize it back. And you can see, you can ensure it's serialized the same. Okay, so also for field for selection for simple type in XML schema, you have complex type and simple type. So we mostly have seen complex type now. For simple types, sometimes like on the left, there is an enumeration, and it's translated like that, and it goes inside the field selection. As you can see, field selection is going to reuse the constant that has been generated before. We could also eventually use enums and with a conversion, because Odoo doesn't create a selection with enums. And then, well, there is a link for the example. You can look at that later. Maybe just to show for Brazil, it's extremely large. In fact, if you look at the electronic, like for the electronic invoice for the 8,000 lines of schema we have, it generated all this. So you see lots of constants. It would be, but you also have the comments. It would be totally impossible to maintain this manually. Lots of constants, and after that you will see the class. So you have the class, all the fiscal class is totally crazy. But also, if you are selling drugs, it's different. If you are selling cars, it's different. So you have all the case from the. Okay, so you also have choice. I won't enter in details. So, but it's like 500 lines. Okay, the abstract model, 5,000. Sorry. Okay, sorry. Let's go back to the presentation. Okay, so we are able to generate these Odoo models. And it's also, as I told, it's also easy to test, just like with the Python bindings. Okay, but once we have these Odoo models, how do we use them? Because Odoo already have a purchase order. It has a purchase module with a purchase order model, a purchase line, a purchase order line model, right? So how do we use them? Well, in fact, there is a framework. The framework at the moment, it's called spec-driven model. It's a module called spec-driven model. At the moment, it's inside the Brazilian localization. It's migrated to Odoo 14. It's well tested. And I would like to put it, I'm sorry, I'm not sure if you hear that, but I have there's a, how to call that? C'est des poules. Wait a minute.
Sure. This is what we generally face in our work at home environment, or
okay, I'm
so
back.
we are used to
it's from the neighbor because it's kind of countryside here. Okay, so so how do we use that with this spec-driven model? So basically, we do some Odoo model magic with we override the build model. We define two classes that override the build model, and we will inherit from this class. So this is a magic module. It defines mostly two classes. You have the spec model class, and we have the stacked spec model class. First, let's focus on the spec model class. Because you could inherit from this abstract model we just generated, right? You could inherit from the generated purchase order inside your Odoo purchase order. And you, for instance, for the simple field, it will work. But for the many-to-one, the one-to-many, the relationship, it's not going to work. So when you inherit from the spec model, what is going to do is going to remap the one-to-many and the many-to-one co-model. So for instance, if you said, oh, my address from the previous schema, in fact, it's not a new object. In fact, it's a REST partner. So now my shipping address, it's a REST partner. My billing address, now it's a REST partner. It's able to automatically remap all the relation. It will look where every abstract model is being inherited it will remap things automatically. So let's show that in spec model later. So for instance, what you will do is you will, so these examples, they are from the tests inside the spec model, spec-driven model module. So you can find that in the test. And you will use the accretion fake loader to load the class and without polluting. So basically, I didn't depend on the purchase module for this test. So I defined, I copied from Odoo like a fake purchase and fake purchase order line. So this is why you have a fake purchase order line model here. So as you can see, we say REST partner, and we'll inherit from the generated address from the mixin we just generated. Okay, in another class, we will import the class first. And also, instead of inheriting from Odoo models, we'll inherit from spec models.model, right? And here, I will override eventually the fields to redefine them, the fields from the abstract model. So they have this prefix to avoid colliding with Odoo model. And for instance, for most of the field, it will be related. For instance, the country name, it's going to be related from the country ID.name, because so we said it will inherit from a REST partner, in fact, okay? So it's going to take all those fields from the purchase, the address from this meta model we defined previously, and inject that inside the REST partner. And here we will remap the fields, but of course, I can use compute, and I can use inverse also to define the field. We'll see that later. And for the purchase order line, that's the same thing, for instance. So we are going to inherit from the item. So we'll inherit from purchase order line in the real life, but here, because I didn't want to depend on the purchase module, I copied it, okay? And if I look with the stack model, the stack model, it inherits from the spec model we have just seen, but it does things more subtle because, in fact, when you work with XML and XSD, usually the XML structure, it's nested. It's a hierarchy with several levels. They do that because inside the XSD, it allows for easy validation. So for instance, for the Brazilian electronic invoice, they will do lots of tax validation. But in fact, at the end of the day, you will have mostly two models. You will have the invoice and the invoice line. And everything else is going to be denormalized. Either it's going to be injected inside existing Odoo model, like a REST partner, like, I don't know, a product, like, okay, things that exist just like I've shown in the previous slide, or it's going to be denormalized inside the invoice and the invoice line, or here inside the purchase order. So here, for instance, maybe, I don't know if you have seen that, but instead of in the meta model I've taken from Microsoft of their purchase order model, instead of having like purchase order has a one-to-many purchase order line, like in Odoo, they have inside the purchase order, they have the many-to-one to the item, and then inside the item, they have the one-to-many to the order line. Okay, so this is why here we say, in fact, this is a stacked model, and well, I won't enter in the detail, but it's going to adapt to denormalize this model. So it's a bit complicated, but it's well tested. And also here, as you can see, we have related with many-to-one, for instance. So it works with many-to-one. And we have an example. Instead of related, we have a compute. So for instance, here, we put the that, but it could be maybe related, but it's just to show how it will work with the compute. It works with compute, and it works in real life in Brazil. Then once you do that, the spec model and stack model, they have utility method, so you are able to read the XML file and transform them to Odoo, just like I've shown with the Python, but it works with Odoo. So it will be short to show, and also I'm changing a bit the API as I'm rewriting it to XS data, so I won't show exactly. But if you are curious, if you want to know real usage, you can look inside your Brazilian electronic invoice, because when the module, the spec model driven, it was spec driven model, it was done with GenerateDS. I didn't want to test the XML serialization and the marshalling, because it was huge, because GenerateDS it creates lots of code. But now that it's with XS data, I will go until the XML message. So we'll read the XML message and create the XML message. And in fact, in XS data, we can even use the SOAP layer to send the electronic invoice later. And
I'm sorry, Rafael, to interrupt you. We are at the time edge, so let's try to wrap up in 1 or 2 minutes.
It was the last slide anyway. It's just to show the structure we have in Brazil. We have these bindings to the pure bindings, like I've shown in the beginning. Then we have these abstract Odoo models, and then we use them in the Odoo, like for invoice and for other fiscal documents. Okay, so I'm done.
Oh, this is brilliant. Awesome. So I have one quick question. What if the tag is not found? So will it throws the error or generate the missing tag?
Sorry, I didn't hear.
Okay, so what if the tag is not found on the XML side? Like we are expecting a shipping name, but the tag is not generated due to external XML, the system.
Well, it doesn't try to do the XML validation, because you have other tools to do the XML validation. But then when it tries to load the XML, you can override many things. So, for instance, and we do that because, for instance, just to give you an example, when we import the electronic invoice, it can be a customer electronic invoice or a supplier electronic invoice. So, for instance, we override how it's mapped if it's the company ID or if it's the partner ID, depending if it's an input or output invoice. So we can override it.
Cool.
And also, just to explain you, the XML importation, in fact, it doesn't use the base business document import from the OCA ADI by Alexis Delattre, my co-worker, but it's heavily inspired from the code. We couldn't inherit because it's a bit different, but it's the same structure for the importation than the EDI OCA framework. It's a bit the same, right? So you can specify search keys like, well, I cannot explain it right now. Everything.
Yeah, it's difficult because I work with the EDI and sometimes we don't get the right XML tag, then it throws the error. So generally we try to create
And
one.
about the EDI, inside the OCA, there is a good EDI support, but in fact, it's very partial. So what I would advise to other people working with the OCA is, if you are okay with a very partial support you have today for EDI, that's fine. But if you would like to have full-blown EDI support, I strongly advise to look at my work, because it's huge, the EDI specification, and with my work, it's pretty easy to cover it or everything. I mean, at the end of the day, you will still need to map it inside Odoo, but everything else, you will only have the Odoo mapping to do. Everything else, all the plumbing, it's going to be done by the framework. You'll have no mapping error because the code is not up to date or things like that.
Yep, this is very interesting. We'll definitely review it. So thank you so much for your presentation. And I don't have any other question in our chat or any other channel. So I think we are good for this presentation. Thank you so much.
Okay.
And any other guys have any question, please share with us. Thank you, Rafael.
Okay, I'll stop sharing, and my colleague, actually Renato, is going to present now the
I see.
localization. So
Correct.
I
Cool.
I will stick in Zoom, but stop sharing. Okay, bye bye.
Thank you. Yeah.
And you can ask me on Twitter, or you can reach me later. Bye bye.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much. Okay, let's 1 more minute for the next presentation, and we will start the next presentation. Okay, so thank you all for joining us and keep supporting us on the OCA days. I'm pleased to introduce Renato Limba, who will be talking to you today about OCA, Brazilian localization architecture. So over to you. Okay. Let's wait for 1 minute. Rafael, are you still around there? Does your colleague face the issue with any login or something?
Yes, I was asking Renato why he didn't enter.
Oh, okay,
I
cool.
just passed him the Zoom
The
link
link.
again. Maybe he's going to enter now. I don't know. And also, Renato, he speaks English, but it's going to be in Brazilian Portuguese for, well, hopefully, I mean, probably more people are going to see the video later on YouTube. So,
Cool.
but I think he's going to enter.
A few more minutes, guys. I'm sorry for this glitch.
I'm asking Renato, is not. He said he has. He said me he had an issue to enter with the browser, and I think I'm not sure he's going to enter now. I passed him the Zoom information again.
Meanwhile, from the audience, if you have any questions on any other topic, please feel free to post in our chat room. So we will try to do some conversation meanwhile.
Hey Bhavesh, it's
Hey.
Darshan, yeah? Yeah, maybe could I ask one to Rafael?
Yeah.
Sure, please.
Yeah, so Rafael, yeah, I jumped into a bit late to your presentation.
Yeah.
Yeah, so mostly, I'm looking for like what is exactly purpose for XML serialization code. And yeah, I saw like you show some features for importing and exporting with purchase orders, but where exact use case, maybe if you give some idea.
Sorry?
Like exact use case scenario, like
Okay,
what's
Darshan, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I see the presenter just joined. So would you
Okay.
please share your question in the chat and we will pass to
Yeah,
Rafa.
yeah. Let's chat.
Yep, thank you. Hello, Mr. Lingua. Now you can hear us? Okay.
Oh, Renato, seu microfone está no mute. Na esquerda, você tem que tirar o mute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now we can hear you.
Okay. Okay. Well, can I start the presentation?
Yes, please go ahead, sir.
Okay, thanks. Well, my presentation I will do in Portuguese, right?
Yeah, it's expected. You can do it in Portuguese.
Yep. And would you please share your screen so we can see it? Thank you.
Okay. Let's see. Just a second, please. I need permission to share. I will need to close the Zoom and enter in a meeting again, okay?
Okay, sure. Make it quick, please.
Okay, I will share the screen now. Okay.
We can see your screen now.
Oh, all right. Let's go. Well, I will start in Portuguese. Bem, vou fazer uma apresentação a respeito da arquitetura do projeto da localização brasileira, do Odoo. É um projeto que, né, a gente trabalha desde a metade de 2009. Então, um pouco sobre mim, né? Eu sou cofundador da Creation no Brasil, sou membro da OCA, né, e principal contribuidor, né, do projeto da localização, né, experiência que eu tenho profissional, né, eu tenho cerca de 21 anos de experiência com o mercado de ERP aqui no Brasil, né, comecei a trabalhar com ERPs no ano de 2000, né, e eu tenho trabalhado desde de 2009 com o Odoo, né? Na época estava na versão 5.4, né? E desde então a gente tem eu tenho trabalhado, né? Também em alguns outros projetos, né? Além aqui do Brasil, participei de né? De alguns trabalhos em outros projetos, né? Nos Estados Unidos, na Europa, né? Aqui embaixo tem o meu contato, né, meu e-mail, meu telefone. Falando um pouco dos tópicos, né, do projeto. Vou falar um pouco da timeline do projeto, um pouco da arquitetura e um pouco do roadmap, né, e também, né, um pouco sobre a documentação, né, como documentar o projeto. Bem, falando um pouco da timeline, a gente tem, né, como eu havia comentado, né, o projeto da localização, inicialmente ele foi criado, né, no Launchpad, e a princípio o projeto da localização nessa época, no período de 2009, existiam poucas pessoas contribuindo, né, e o projeto estava bastante baseado na criação, na tradução, né, do Odoo, dos módulos do core, né, ainda existiam, né, se eu não me engano, 5 pessoas, 3 pessoas que estavam mais ativas, e ainda não tinha nenhum código para localizar e para adicionar as informações, né, específicas para utilizar, né, o Odoo no Brasil. Então, isso a partir da metade, né, do segundo semestre de 2009, foi onde a gente começou a escrever, e adaptar e adicionar alguns campos, algumas informações relacionadas a parte, né, principalmente fiscal e contábil brasileira, né? Então, por exemplo, nos parceiros, colocar as informações, né, de endereço, colocar as informações, né, de documentos, né, de CNPJ, enfim, né? E na versão 6, a partir da versão 6, né, então, no início de 2010, que a gente começou a ter algumas funcionalidades, principalmente relacionadas à parte de nota fiscal, né, emissão, emitir uma NFE e calcular, começar a fazer alguns cálculos de impostos, né. 2011, né, a localização foi para a versão 7. Dentro da versão 7, a gente começou a fazer mais melhorias também na parte da emissão da nota fiscal, mas até então o objetivo, né, da localização nessa época era simplesmente fazer a emissão de uma nota fiscal, né, enfim, de uma nota fiscal eletrônica, especificamente, né, não havia suporte a outros documentos fiscais, tá? Em 2000 né, entre a versão 7 e a versão 8, houve algumas mudanças no ecossistema do Odoo, né? Então, foi mudada a licença, né, do Odoo, né, do Core, e com algumas mudanças, né, 2013 foi fundada, né, a fundação, né, a OCA, né, do Community Association, com o objetivo de representar, né, os interesses da comunidade e de ter uma sinergia, de ter um ecossistema livre, já que, né, a partir da versão 8, o Odoo já, né, teria uma licença, né, e teria uma separação do que era enterprise e o que era community, né, que na verdade, né, diferente de alguns softwares que tem essa diferenciação, são dois softwares, né, distintos, né, no Odoo pela arquitetura, né, essa mudança ela acaba sendo só de a versão Enterprise tem alguns módulos que a versão Community não tem, né, mas o Core em si, né, acaba sendo o mesmo para as duas versões, ok? Então, a partir de 2013 foi a localização brasileira, né, ficou sobre, né, o guarda-chuva, né, da Fundação OCA, né? Inclusive, acho que foi uma das primeiras localizações, né, a fazer parte, né, do ecossistema da OCA. E, juntamente com a localização, alguns outros projetos, né, e alguns outros módulos, né, tem o Account Fiscal Rules, né, que havia sido criado para atender a necessidade que a gente tinha aqui no Brasil, né, pelas mudanças de taxas, né, entre os estados, principalmente, e, enfim, então a localização ficou sob esse guarda-chuva, né, dentro do ecossistema da OCA, e, enfim. Em 2014, né, a gente fez, né, já com a localização dentro da OCA, né, a gente procurou melhorar os padrões, né, de qualidade, né, e seguir esses padrões, e principalmente o código, a gente, como houve uma mudança também, né, no framework, né, na API do Odoo, a gente passou, né, para a nova API, boa parte do código da localização, alguns códigos, algumas partes bem pequenas, acabou ficando na antiga API, mas por questões de compatibilidade, né, a gente não conseguiu migrar, né, essa parte, algumas partes, mas eu diria que era coisa de 10, 5% do código, a maior parte já estava na nova API. De 2014 a 2017, né, houve algumas mudanças, né, houve, né, algumas versões do Odoo que a localização não tinha acompanhado, principalmente pelas mudanças contábeis, né, que tinham sido feitas, né, entre a versão 8 e a versão 9, né, que algumas funcionalidades e algumas estruturas, principalmente do módulo contábil, né, do Odoo, do Core, haviam sido desmembradas e colocado uma parte na versão Enterprise, e então a versão Community não teria uma contabilização mais simplificada, mas para a localização a gente teve que, né, superar alguns desafios, né, então tinha sido um trabalho maior, e esse trabalho, né, acabou sendo um pouco o início desse trabalho, né, acabou sendo iniciado um pouco tarde, né, inclusive alguns, né, relatórios de algumas funcionalidades foram reimplementados através de alguns repositórios, né, e alguns projetos da OCA, né, então os relatórios contábeis, né, foram, né, reimplementados e foram criados também na OCA para quem quisesse né, continuar usando a versão Community. Em 2017, a gente, nesse processo, né, de tanto refatoramento, né, da parte contábil, também foi feito, né, um trabalho grande, né, até pelo o Rafael, né, que é fundador também, né, da Creation, e ele trabalhou bastante na pesquisa e desenvolvimento, porque no Brasil existe uma complexidade dos documentos fiscais, né, além da parte do cálculo do imposto, dos códigos fiscais, que tem que ir, né, no documento fiscal, né, que é o equivalente no Odoo, né, equivalente a invoice. Esses documentos a gente tinha que implementar e integrar eles, né, alguns documentos eletrônicos, né, em XML, né? A gente teve que, antes a gente usava uma biblioteca que se chamava PySped, mas essa biblioteca, ela tinha pouco suporte, né? Não tinha muitas contribuições. A gente ajudou a manter, né, um tempo, porque a gente usava, né, na versão 8, e quando a gente decidiu, né, continuar a migração, né, para as próximas versões do Odoo, a gente decidiu estudar uma forma de melhorar, né, esse aspecto da localização, e aí foi onde a gente, né, trabalhou em cima do Generate DS, principalmente o Rafael, como eu falei antes, para fazer essa arquitetura para atender os documentos fiscais dentro da localização de uma forma mais inteligente, né? De uma arquitetura mais definida e uma arquitetura, além de ser, né, mais definida, a gente ter suporte aos outros documentos fiscais, ok? Em 2020, a gente né, trabalhou na migração da localização para a versão 12, e aí também teve um trabalho bem extenso, principalmente por mim, no módulo fiscal, onde a gente arquitetou as informações dentro do Odoo a permitir que a gente conseguisse integrar as informações da localização e as informações do core do Odoo através de um objeto, né, abstrato, né, e conseguir injetar ele em outros objetos, né, e aí a gente ter conseguir implementar com menos código, né, e de forma mais eficiente. Aqui, então, né, como eu estava falando, né, a maioria dos dados da localização, né, a gente tem um módulo fiscal, e dentro desse módulo fiscal a gente tem praticamente todas as tabelas fiscais, né, que são necessárias para emitir qualquer documento fiscal, né, seja uma nota de serviço, seja um conhecimento de transporte, seja, né, seja uma nota de serviço, enfim, ou seja um bilhete eletrônico, um cupom fiscal, todos os códigos fiscais ficariam, né, armazenados, né, e a parte da parametrização fiscal ficaria armazenada nesse módulo fiscal, ok? Eu vou mostrar um pouco, até dentro do Odoo, né, um pouco nessa parte, principalmente do fiscal, né, do Odoo. Eu tenho aqui deixa eu ver, ver se eu consigo, ok. Eu vou entrar em um banco de dados de teste só para... Ok? Então, aqui, né, aqui no módulo fiscal, né, a gente tem principalmente aqui nas configurações, né, onde a gente implementa as tabelas fiscais e os dados fiscais necessários, né, para emissão dos documentos fiscais, escrituração desses documentos, né. Então, né, por exemplo, aqui, eu vou aqui no menu aqui dos documentos fiscais, eu tenho a relação, né, dos documentos fiscais, né, que são suportados, né, por Odoo, que seriam suportados, nem todos hoje, no momento, suportado, mas a ideia é que sejam suportados da localização. Então, por exemplo, se eu pegar aqui a nota fiscal eletrônica, né, tem algumas outras informações, e aqui, seguindo as configurações, né, enfim, as tabelas são padrões, né, enfim, são tabelas fiscais, né, no caso aqui, elas estão divididas por objetos, né, por cadastros, né, então, na parte de parceiros tem o KNAI, na parte de produtos tem aquelas tabelas, né, de NCM, CEST, MDM, tipo de serviço, gênero de produtos, né, da parte de impostos, né, nós temos né, o grupo dos impostos simples, a parte de CMS, algumas tabelas específicas de CMS, de ISSQN, de IPI, PIS, COFINS, etc. Da parte de operações fiscais, nós também temos as operações fiscais, né, que vai definir venda, compra, enfim, né, devolução de venda, e vai definir também a tributação e os códigos fiscais, né, para emissão desse documento fiscal. Então, da estrutura, né, que a gente viu aqui no slide, né, uma mudança, né, que foi feita, né, na localização 12, por exemplo, os dados de impostos, né, as informações da tributação, né, que no Odoo a gente tem um objeto, né, o account tax, e nas localizações, né, anteriores, né, até a versão 10, os dados da localização de impostos a gente injetava diretamente nesse objeto do Odoo, né, nesse objeto do core do Odoo, que seria o account tax. Hoje, na localização, né, da versão 12, a gente não injeta diretamente né, no objeto do core do Odoo, né, essas informações. Então, nós temos, né, aqui no fiscal, a gente tem os impostos, que são as alíquotas, né? Então, por exemplo, aqui eu tenho algumas alíquotas de ICMS, e no lado do account, né, onde eu tenho lá o objeto de imposto, né? Então, aqui eu estou no módulo do account, né, do Odoo. Se eu pegar, por exemplo, o ICMS de saída, né, eu tenho, né, se a gente for buscar aqui, a gente tem basicamente o ICMS de entrada e de saída, né. Antigamente, né, nas outras localizações, né, até a versão 8, a gente tinha vários registros de ICMS aqui para cada alíquota, porque a gente colocava essas informações diretamente no objeto, né, do core do Odoo. Como a gente tem agora essa separação, né, dos objetos, das informações, né, então, o que é do Brasil fica no fiscal tax, e o que é contábil fica no account tax, e a gente liga, né, esses dois objetos, né? Então, aqui, ó, se eu entrar no ICMS aqui de saída, né, eu tenho as informações, por exemplo, contábeis, né? Qual é a conta, né, né, para recolher, do ICMS a recolher, né, a conta inversa, né, no caso do ICMS a recuperar. Por isso que a gente tem dois impostos ali, né, ICMS de entrada e de saída, porque as informações contábeis são diferentes, mas as informações fiscais, elas são as mesmas, então a gente liga essas informações e relaciona elas, né? Então, por exemplo, aqui eu não tenho um account tax para cada alíquota, mas eu tenho apenas um, que eu tenho as informações contábeis, e aqui, né, eu tenho uma aba aqui que eu relaciono, né, as alíquotas com o fiscal tax. Então, a gente consegue simplificar, né? Então, uma parte do motor de cálculo dos impostos, da localização, está no objeto fiscal, então isso a gente consegue manter, assim, um isolamento, né? E a gente consegue ter uma certa estabilidade, porque como esses códigos estão isolados, quando, né, é feito, né, uma versão nova né, quando é lançada uma versão nova do Odoo, os processos de migração, né, vai ficar mais fácil, porque a gente, né, essa parte desse código da localização ela não está diretamente nos objetos do Odoo, então a gente vai conseguir fazer, né, esse processo de migração mais fácil, né, por ter esse isolamento, né, mais definido, né, assim, entre esses objetos, né? O que é do core fica no core, o que é da localização fica na localização, e a gente integra esses objetos, ok? Também, assim, os objetivos, né, do projeto da localização, né, tem uma página também aqui, do projeto, né, no GitHub da localização. Então, quem quiser conhecer também, né, pode entrar, acessar, né, github.com/oca/l10n-brasil, né, com Z. Então, aqui a gente tem, né, os módulos da localização e hoje, além desse módulo, né, do módulo fiscal, que é o módulo base, a gente tem alguns outros módulos que para para ser implementado, né, a parte dos documentos do documento, né, então, por exemplo, a emissão da nota fiscal eletrônica, a emissão de notas de serviços, né, e assim por diante, né, de conhecimento de transporte, etc. A ideia é que, além do fiscal, a gente tenha, né, que vai ter os códigos fiscais, toda a parte de cálculo, de código fiscal, de operação fiscal, etc. A gente vai ter depois os módulos que implementam, né, os documentos fiscais. E, né, um dos objetivos do projeto, né, da localização, a partir da versão 12, é que a gente tem uma base para escriturar todos os tipos de documentos fiscais. Por quê? Essa implementação desses documentos fiscais, aqui no Brasil, tem uma complexidade muito grande, porque a gente tem um número muito grande de documentos fiscais, né? Então, naquela relação que eu mostrei no módulo fiscal, né, que é documentos fiscais, aqui ele está dizendo que a gente tem 39 documentos fiscais diferentes, ok? Dentre eles, tem 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, uns 10 documentos que são documentos eletrônicos, né? Então, hoje, né, o Odoo, ele é voltado para um mercado e para um segmento de mercado de ERP, mas aqui no Brasil, né, e justamente mais por essas questões burocráticas, né, no Brasil, né, o Brasil é o país onde se gastam mais tempo, onde as empresas gastam mais tempo em fazer toda a parte de escrituração e obrigações, né, acessórias, né, para declaração de impostos, declarações contábeis. Então, é o país onde se gasta mais tempo fazendo isso, do mundo, né? Então, dada essa complexidade, o objetivo do projeto né, como eu falei, né, antes, que atenda, né, a todos esses requisitos, mas hoje o projeto atende os principais documentos fiscais, que são as notas fiscais eletrônicas e as notas fiscais de serviço eletrônico. Hoje, para utilização no Odoo, né, para o mercado de pequenas empresas, médias empresas, a gente vai conseguir utilizar para empresa, né, para microempreendedor individual, né, que é o MEI, ou para simples nacional, principalmente na versão 12, essa parte fiscal de parametrização, ela já está praticamente já pronta para ser utilizado, né, com empresa do simples, né.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Limba. We are on the edge of the time constraint, so we are just in your presentation. So is there anything that you want to share with us?
Sorry?
We are near to your the time presentation.
Okay. Right.
So we have to make it very quicker. If you want to share some last few words for your presentation, then it would be great.
Okay. Oh,
1 more minute, please.
1 minute?
Yes, we have a next
Okay,
presentation
right.
in next 2 minutes.
Ok. Bem, então, né, aqui a gente chega no final da apresentação, né, quero agradecer, né, os patrocinadores, né, da OCA, né, e eu não sei se alguém tem alguma pergunta, enfim, mas acho que também não tem mais tempo. Ok, thanks.
Okay, thank you so much for your great presentation, and it was very useful when we see in YouTube for the more details. So
Right.
thank you so much, and if you guys have any questions from the audience, then just let me know. But so far we don't have any questions. So thank you so much, Mr. Limba.
Thank you.
Please wait for the 2 more minutes for our next great presentation. Daryl and Lisa is here.
Good morning, Bhavesh.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning, Bhavesh.
Good morning, Lisa.
Excited to be here.
Yep. Last but not the least.
We're the last?
Yep.
For real? Wow.
For the day of OCA day 2, 2021. So this is excited.
I am excited. We're ready to bring this to an amazing close. Thank you, everybody, for being here. We're ready to go when you are, Bhavesh. Just give us the sign.
Yep. So we are near to 1 minute. So let's wait for 1 more minute and I will give the introduction and we can kick off.
Sounds good.
Okay, few more seconds. Okay, thank you for all joining us and supporting the OCA days. This is our last presentation for the OCA 2021, and I'm pleased to introduce Lisha Murray and Daryl Davis, who will be talking you today about getting a grasp on your costing using activity-based costing. Let me give you the brief introduction for the presenter. Mr. Daryl Davis is a director of business development at Open Source Integrator. He is an innovative IT leader with 25 years experience, and he is success in implementing visual and advanced technology to solve even the most complex business problems. So I'm glad to work with him.
Glad to work with you too, Bhavesh.
Thank you. For Lisa is a project manager and consultant for open source integrator. She has been in IT industry over the 20 years, which is a very really big numbers, and has focused on the different ERP and the process workflow. So I'm very excited. Over to you guys.
Thanks, Bhavesh.
I agree, very big numbers.
Yep.
Excellent. Are we ready to get started?
We are.
Awesome. Well, thank you everybody for coming to us and joining us for OCA Days Online 2021. We're very excited to be here. We wanted to talk to you today about some of our customer issues that we have run into, some of the problems that we've seen, and some of the wonderful solutions that we have implemented as a result of those customer needs. So as I always like to start, I'd like to start with a general problem statement. So as we've been working with our customers, one of the things that they come to us time and again, varying companies, retail companies, manufacturing companies, companies that do all different types of industries. At some point or another, those companies grow to a scale or start a growth path that requires them to get a better tracking of their total costs throughout their entire value streams and or production processes. And these costs are critical to them because while companies are normally smaller and are able to understand their overall costs, once they start to grow, those costs become very hard to see. They get hidden and there's not a lot of visibility to them. So when we talk about that problem statement and needing to get to solve it, we like to talk about needs. What does the customer need? What do these businesses need? Well, the first thing that they need, again, we said things get hidden. So the first thing they need is visibility into their costs. Now, for the majority of our customers, the visibility that they need is they need to better understand their overhead. They need to better understand the costs of their material. They need to better understand the cost of their labor. And truthfully, depending on the type of company, there are maybe other costs involved as well, like machine costs or different types of overheads that they want to split down differently. But the general idea is the same. They require visibility into those costs. Why? Because they need to make better business decisions. Better business decisions is what's going to drive those companies to be better and to improve and adjust. And so the first thing that those better business decisions do is allow them opportunity for improvement. As they start making those decisions, they can start seeing those opportunities and going after them. Some of those improvements could be directed towards specifically reducing costs. Once you get a better grasp of those costs, their needs might be to reduce them. But ultimately, most companies are also trying to price responsibly. As markets change, as customers' needs change, as competitors change, they need to understand and know how to price appropriately for where they're at in their business. Price to their market, price based on the cost of their product. You know, ultimately companies want to make money and we want to help them get there. But through this whole thing, the final need is that we need to be able to accurately and responsibly account for all of these costs and items through their value streams and production processes. So we need to make sure that whatever solution we provide will allow them to responsibly account for all this as well. So what's one solution? Well, one option to solving this problem is a concept called activity-based costing. And that's what this presentation is going to focus on. What is activity-based costing? How can it help solve and create that visibility that we're looking for? And then how can Odoo help our customers achieve that goal?
So what is activity-based costing? Well, it is the method that identifies the activities in an organization and assigns cost to each of these activities to all of the products and services according to the actual consumption by each. So what does that mean? Well, we want to think about things like light, heat. Those things are things that are used, but not necessarily calculated in the planned cost up front. Machines, robots. We want to think about people, labor, the things that go into the making of the product or doing the service. Those are actual things that happen that contribute to the end product or service that we're giving our customers. So activity-based costing allows us to identify each of those activities and be able to see not only what we plan to do, but what did we actually do.
So why is this valuable? Well, ultimately, whenever we make our business decisions, it comes down to the value. Almost every company is it knows that it's worth investing in certain things to make themselves better, as long as there's a good amount of value that comes along with that. And so what is the value for the activity-based costing solution? Well, ultimately, it comes down to two things. One, activity-based costing can be used to, one, get a better grasp on your costs all the way through. And you can get a better grasp on costs that make sense to your business. Some companies need to be more granular with their costs. Other companies can keep it at a higher level. But again, you want to grasp that. You want to get control of those costs and understand them. And then ultimately, what that's going to drive you to do is to form a more appropriate pricing strategy. Again, what is necessary for your business? What is necessary for the market? What is necessary based on your competition in that market? You're able to choose what strategy do you want to go for, and now you can measure your winning and losing much better because you know what your costs are, you know how to price appropriately, and now you can measure and improve. So what does that look like? What does making better, faster decisions look like? Well, let's talk about a couple examples. One, it could help you identify and eliminate those products and services that are unprofitable. The ones that you're not making money on. You could get rid of them. You could realize that they're not necessary. Or you could work to lower the prices of those items that are potentially overpriced in market. Maybe you could be selling much more and lower the prices of them and still make money. But it's hard to know that without knowing your cost and knowing what's going into that. So really it becomes a product or service portfolio aim. It gives you the opportunity to identify and eliminate products or lower prices on products and still make money. The other thing it could do is it could help you identify and eliminate production or products or services that have processes that are ineffective or too costly. So it allows you to identify those products and maybe go after that same product, but get a better cost per product. So now maybe your pricing is right in the market, but you need to know where you can lower your costs to make more money. A good way of looking at this is that this strategy in ABC costing can allow you to potentially go after and re-engineer your products to make more money.
So how does Odoo 14 help us? They did a few things in Odoo 14 that does allow us to get closer to that activity-based costing that we desire. So the first thing is that they did is they put in work centers. When they did that, they did it at a single cost per hour with no breakdown. So again, it's a step towards the right direction. It's a good thing. It doesn't get us all the way to that desired activity-based costing. They also put in basic WIP configuration. It moves material in and out of GL counts based on the work center. It shows you what's left inside of WIP, but then you need to manually go clear it and manually decide how much of it was overhead, how much of it was labor, or how much of it was a different activity that you need to then clear to another place. It gives you the cost structure, and it's visible only on the manufacturing order and the bill of material breakdown. So you can't see it anywhere else in the value stream. So you have to be always going back to there. So again, it gets us a step closer. Those are all really good things that Odoo 14 has. But as we're gonna see, we can take that work in progress and take it to the next level with activity-based costing.
So we see that Odoo 14 got us there, got us closer, got us thinking about it in terms of the right ideas, but we identified there's some gaps. So what we did was we identified we can have some OCA modules that can help us fill the gaps. And what does that look like? Well, the OCA modules gaps, that the gaps in Odoo that we wanted to use OCA modules to fill really came from a two-prong approach. One, we wanted to be able to get a better idea of costs through a job. So a lot of customers are job oriented. They want to know, am I making money on these particular sales orders for these particular jobs, especially the companies and the organizations that are made to order for a lot of their customers. Understanding and knowing their costs, the further upstream, the better they're going to do, not only pricing the product, but making money off of those projects. So we started and looked at working with the account analytic model inside of Odoo. And we also knew that this was a critical component through the manufacturing process. So we're working with the manufacturing model as well. And so what we were trying to do with these modules is create a two-prong approach. One, we need to be able to split our costs up throughout those processes so that we can see better where our costs are going for our overhead, our labor, our machines, etc. But the other thing we need to do is account for it. So now we need to make sure that we're getting appropriate, responsible WIP and that we're able to properly track the variances when we either do better or worse from a material or activity perspective. And so the OCA modules need to properly account for those so that our customers aren't having to spend a lot of time doing manual transactions and guessing about how much of it was labor, how much of it was overhead.
So what are the benefits? Well, let's go over some of them. So the OCA modules that we just showed you goes ahead and gives us the ability to do some reasonable estimates based on activities, because now that we have been able to identify the activities up front, and we'll show you how in a minute, we're also able to then look back and estimate our product based on what we know actually happened versus what we planned to happen. It also gives us that subledger breakdown that we're looking for and allows us to go ahead and automatically post those general ledger entries for responsible accounting. And that's critical because That way we are not manually trying to go and guess. We know what happened based on the activity that took place, and we're seeing that flow right to our GL for us. Also, it's flexible to your business. You can make this as complex or as simple as you need it to be. So maybe for your business, you just want one account, clearing account, or one variance account, and you want to go ahead and do some more manual stuff or do some analysis on your own. You can utilize it like that with one activity. And maybe for your business, you have 3 activities that you want to kind of, hone in on and really look at. It's flexible to go to that depth of complexity as well. So these are some ways that Odoo's out of the box, that we filled the gap for some of Odoo's out of the box issues for managing WIP and variance. So let's go a little bit deeper into these features that we have been talking about. So the first thing that it does is it carries in the analytical account. Currently, we know we can put the analytical account on the sales order. This allows us to not only see it on the sales order, but it follows that sales order to the manufacturing order, and then again through to the child manufacturing orders. So this is going to allow us to do that level of reporting that we're really looking to get. Also, the work center setup, it generates some cost types. So in addition to that single hour, now we can go ahead and assign a cost type to our work center, allowing us to do multiple activities on that. It also looks at manufacturing consumption when it generates those analytical items. It looks at what's planned versus what we actually did and how we consume the product. And it kind of lays that all out for us. We're going to see that in a little bit. Gives us real-time reporting. So we don't have to wait until the close of the MO to be able to see all of the stuff we're talking about. You can go ahead and you can post that either on a scheduler or manually at any time and see at this point in time, this is really what my WIP looks like. These are what my applieds look like. Here's what I'm looking at for variances. And then when you go ahead and clear that manufacturing order, it goes ahead and clears those WIP balances and posts those variances for you. So your GL is up to date and accurate.
So let's just take a look at this really briefly into how does this look in Odoo 14. So we'll start off very high level and kind of discuss some of the things that we talked about through this presentation. And the first thing that we talked about was this idea of cost drivers. So again, in a work center, we originally had that single cost per hour that you could set on a work center. And depending on your type of business, that cost per hour could be generated from multiple items. It could be labor resources, it could be machine resources, it could be overhead resources. But instead of focusing on a single cost per hour, we enhanced the work center to be allowed to add a cost driver. Now, this cost driver is unique in that it allows us to associate many activities with one work center and be able to gain that breakdown. This is what that looks like. So if we had a work center and we decided to create a cost driver for that particular work center, and we wanted to be able to say as a business, what are the costs that are going to be associated with this particular work center? This is our opportunity to do it. So that cost driver product is able to be turned on in Odoo, and it enables an activity costs tab. That cost tab will then allow you to add all of the activities necessary to drive the costs to that particular work center. In this example that we see here, what we decided was this work center would be broken down into 2 types of activities. The first type of activity would be overhead at a quantity of $20 per hour. So for every hour I spend in this work center, it's going to charge $20 of overhead. Same thing here. I wanted to track labor and identify labor on this work center. So what this is saying is that it will track labor at a cost of $40 for every hour that I post on this work center.
And once we post those hours over, we can actually see the analytical items So this is a screen in which we're going to review how do we capture those actual costs. So it's another feature that plugs into manufacturing consumption and operations, and it generates these analytical items storing the corresponding costs. So you can see that we have an analytical tag here that allows us to kind of deep dive in and see the components, the labor, the overhead, and what really happens on each of those different cost centers or different work centers that we are looking at. So it supports us in being able to split those cost drivers into their map costs at the analytical account level, allowing us for full cost analysis in a single place. We're also able to evaluate WIP and variance throughout that whole manufacturing process. So we talked about earlier how you could post it at any time and see what was going on. This screen allows you to kind of see what is happening before you post. And at any time you can go look and say, hey, what's going on with my manufacturing order? What's going on in this analytical account? And how much did I plan? What did I plan to do? Did I do that? What actually did I do? What's still in WIP and where am I off? And so it allows us to see those things, those WIPs and variances and how they're being calculated. And then this data is used to create the journal entries representing this information in the accounting books. So it will match for you.
So as we did this project and identified these, like I said, we started off with a customer problem statement. And what we realized is that we had a number of customers who had, similar problems that kind of came down to the same root issue. And so the lessons that we learned through this project was that there was a lot of different ways that this was being handled, either manually or through some custom code or through some automated actions. It was all being handled kind of all over the place. But what we learned about this is that customers really need to be able to manage costs the way that is important to them. So there's a lot of different ways to solve problems, but a lot of the times those solutions do not actually get to what is important to the customer. It can get them close, it can get them by, but it wasn't really getting them to what was important to them. So we realized we needed to create a module, and that module needed to be able to be flexible. So for the customers that wanted to be very simple, it could be simple, and it needed to be simple. For customers who needed to be more comprehensive, who needed to get a little bit deeper dive, who had a little bit more complexity involved and needed a little bit more visibility, they needed to be there too. But since some customers don't want complexity and others require it, the module needed to support that variability. Also, we learned through this process that when products go into WIP across companies is very subjective. Holistically, they all kind of have the same intent and the same idea. But the way that those production processes work, the way that the companies ran their business, the way that they accounted for it, it always had an element of subjectivity. And so when they were getting things into their general ledger was critical. And so the module needed to support that variability as well. I want to invite you to a Odoo Experience 2021 presentation that was done as well about this module and how it was used to solve a customer problem. It was presented by Daniel Reese this year, and it's called Odoo Tools for Tracking Manufacturing, an Engineering to Order Case Study. And I invite you to go out. It's an excellent customer testimonial for how they needed to solve problems, and this module was used to help them do it.
So we want to thank you for joining us to talk about activity-based costing, and we're open to any questions or answers you have. Our emails are on the screen, so feel free to reach out to us independently as well.
Thank you so much, Daryl and Lisa, for bring us this very complex, I can say, the the procedure and everything. It's very useful for the cost tracking, and you will represent very well and display how the calculation between WIP and the variance, and very useful for the analytic account management and extend it for the cost management. It's very great and very complex, the process. And thanks for sharing with us.
Thank you, Bhavesh.
Thanks, Bhavesh.
Thank you. Please feel free to raise your question if you have any, and contact Lisha and Daryl for any kind of business process if you have, or any complex in your Odoo operations.
Absolutely. We're happy to answer any questions, regarding this topic or any others that companies are struggling with or dealing with or having a hard time gaining visibility in with Odoo. I think one of our major points that we're trying to bring to everybody, the community, our customers, how do we get that beautiful, wonderful information that's inside of the box? How do we get that out and get it visible for those customers to make good, fast business decisions? Anything that you can get in front of them to better understand where they need to go, the more agile your company can be when it needs to grow or change or adapt. And so this is one of those items that we've seen companies struggle with for a while.
That's great. And thank you so much for the sharing these beautiful modules on the OCA and make it public available. So this is very grateful.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you. I think we don't have any questions, so we can wrap up our talk. And for the track 2.
Awesome. Thank you for having us. It was wonderful being here.
Thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much, guys. For we are near to complete the track 2 for the OCA 2021. Thank you so much. Enjoy your day.